Chapter 1 Amerigo Bonacera sat in New York Criminal Court Number 3 and waited for justice. Vengeance on the men who had so cruelly hurt his daughter, who had tried to dishonor her. The judge, a formidably heavy-featured man, rolled up the sleeves of his black robe as if to physically chastise the two young men standing before the bench. His face was cold with majestic contempt. But there was something false in all this that Amerigo Bonacera sensed but did not yet understand. "You acted like the worst kind of degenerates," the judge said harshly. Yes, thought Amerigo Bonacera. Animals. Animals. The two young men, glossy hair crew-cut, scrubbed clean-cut faces composed into humble contrition, bowed their heads in submission. The judge went on. "You acted like wild beasts in a jungle and you are fortunate you did not sexually molest that poor girl or I'd put you behind bars for 20 years. The judge paused. His eyes beneath impressively thick brows flickered slyly toward the sallow-faced Amerigo Bonacera, then lowered to a stack of probation reports before him. He frowned and shrugged as if convinced against his own natural desire. He spoke again. "But because of your youth, your clean records, because of your fine families, and because the law in its majesty does not seek vengeance, I hereby sentence you to 3 years confinement to the penitentiary." Sentence to be suspended. Only 40 years of professional mourning kept the overwhelming frustration and hatred from showing on Amerigo Bonacera's face. His beautiful young daughter was still in the hospital with her broken jaw wired together. And now these two animales went free. It had all been a farce. He watched the happy parents cluster around their darling sons. Oh, they were all happy now, they were smiling now. The black bile, sourly bitter, rose in Bonacera's throat, overflowed through tightly clenched teeth. He used his white linen pocket handkerchief and held it against his lips. He was standing so when the two young men strode freely up the aisle, confident and cool-eyed, smiling, not giving him so much as a glance. He let them pass without saying a word, pressing the fresh linen against his mouth. The parents of the animales were coming by now, 2 men and 2 women his age but shamefaced, yet in their eyes was an odd, triumphant defiance. Out of control, Bonacera leaned forward toward the aisle and shouted hoarsely, "You will weep as I have wept. I will make you weep as your children make me weep." The linen at his eyes now. The defense attorneys bringing up the rear swept their clients forward in a tight little band, enveloping the two young men, who had started back down the aisle as if to protect their parents. A huge bailiff moved quickly to block the row in which Bonacera stood. But it was not necessary. All his years in America, Amerigo Bonacera had trusted in law and order. And he had prospered thereby. Now, though his brain smoked with hatred, though wild visions of buying a gun and killing the two young men jangled the very bones of his skull, Bonacera turned to his still uncomprehending wife and explained to her, "They have made fools of us." He paused and then made his decision, no longer fearing the cost. "For justice we must go on our knees to Don Corleone." In a garishly decorated Los Angeles hotel suite, Johnny Fontaine was as jealously drunk as any ordinary husband. Sprawled on a red couch, he drank straight from the bottle of scotch in his hand, then washed the taste away by dunking his mouth in a crystal bucket of ice cubes and water. It was 4 in the morning and he was spinning drunken fantasies of murdering his trampy wife when she got home. If she ever did come home. It was too late to call his first wife and ask about the kids, and he felt funny about calling any of his friends now that his career was plunging downhill. There had been a time when they would have been delighted, flattered by his calling them at 4 in the morning, but now he bored them. He could even smile a little to himself as he thought that on the way up Johnny Fontaine's troubles had fascinated some of the greatest female stars in America. Gulping at his bottle of scotch, he heard finally his wife's key in the door, but he kept drinking until she walked into the room and stood before him. She was to him so very beautiful, the angelic face, soulful violet eyes, the delicately fragile but perfectly formed body. On the screen her beauty was magnified, spiritualized. 100 million men all over the world were in love with the face of Margot Ashton. And paid to see it on the screen. Where the hell were, and grabbed her by the throat. But close up to that magical face, the lovely violet eyes, he lost his anger and became helpless again. She made the mistake of smiling mockingly, saw his fist draw back. She screamed, "Johnny, not in the face, I'm making a picture." She was laughing. He punched her in the stomach and she fell to the floor. He fell on top of her. He could smell her fragrant breath as she gasped for air. He punched her on the arms and on the thigh muscles of her silky tanned legs. He beat her as he had beaten snotty smaller kids long ago when he had been a tough teenager in New York's Hell's Kitchen. A painful punishment that would leave no lasting disfigurement of loosened teeth or broken nose. But he was not hitting her hard enough. He couldn't. And she was giggling at him. Spread-eagled on the floor, her brocaded gown hitched up above her thighs, she taunted him between giggles. "Come on, stick it in. Stick it in, Johnny, that's what you really want." Johnny Fontaine got up. He hated the woman on the floor, but her beauty was a magic shield. Margot rolled away, and in a dancer's spring was on her feet facing him. She went into a childish mocking dance and chanted, "Johnny never hurt me, Johnny never hurt me." Then almost sadly with grave beauty she said, "You poor silly bastard, giving me cramps like a kid. Ah, Johnny, you always will be a dumb romantic guinea, you even make love like a kid. You still think screwing is really like those dopey songs you used to sing." She shook her head and said, "Poor Johnny. Goodbye, Johnny." She walked into the bedroom and he heard her turn the key in the lock. Johnny sat on the floor with his face in his hands. The sick, humiliating despair overwhelmed him. And then the gutter toughness that had helped him survive the jungle of Hollywood made him pick up the phone and call for a car to take him to the airport. There was one person who could save him. He would go back to New York. He would go back to the one man with the power, the wisdom he needed and a love he still trusted. His godfather Corleone. The baker, Nazorine, pudgy and crusty as his great Italian loaves, still dusty with flour, scowled at his wife, his nubile daughter, Catherine, and his baker's helper, Enzo. Enzo had changed into his prisoner of war fear of that parole being revoked. And so the little comedy being played now was, for him, a serious business. Nazorine asked fiercely, "Have you dishonored my family? Have you given my daughter a little package to remember you by now that the war is over and you know America will kick your ass back to your village full of shit in Sicily?" Enzo, a very short, strongly built boy, put his hand over his heart and said almost in tears, yet cleverly, "Padrone, I swear by the Holy Virgin I have never taken advantage of your kindness. I love your daughter with all respect. I ask for her hand with all respect. I know I have no right, but if they send me back to Italy I can never come back to America. I will never be able to marry Catherine." Nazorine's wife, Philomena, spoke to the point. "Stop all this foolishness," she said to her pudgy husband. "You know what you must do. Keep Enzo here, send him to hide with our cousins in Long Island." Catherine was weeping. She was already plump, homely and sprouting a faint mustache. She would never get a husband as handsome as Enzo, never find another man who touched her body in secret places with such respectful love. "I'll go and live in Italy," she screamed at her father. "I'll run away if you don't keep Enzo here." Nazorine glanced at her shrewdly. She was a hot number, this daughter of his. He had seen her brush her swelling buttocks against Enzo's front when the baker's helper squeezed behind her to fill the counter baskets with hot loaves from the oven. The young rascal's hot loaf would be in her oven, Nazorine thought lewdly, if proper steps were not taken. Enzo must be kept in America and be made an American citizen. And there was only one man who could arrange such an affair. The Godfather, Don Corleone. All of these people and many others received engraved invitations to the wedding of Miss Constanzia Corleone, to be celebrated on the last Saturday in August 1945. The father of the bride, Don Vito Corleone, never forgot his old friends and neighbors, though he himself now lived in a huge house on Long Island. The reception would be held in that house and the festivities would go on all day. There was no doubt it would be a momentous occasion. The war with the Japanese had just ended, so there would not be any nagging fear for their sons fighting in the army to cloud these festivities, and so on that Saturday morning the friends of Don Corleone streamed out of New York City to do him honor. They bore cream-colored envelopes stuffed with cash as bridal gifts, no checks. Inside each envelope a card established the identity of the giver and the measure of his respect for the Godfather. A respect truly earned. Don Vito Corleone was a man to whom everybody came for help, and never were they disappointed. He made no empty promises, nor the craven excuse that his hands were tied by more powerful forces in the world than himself. It was not necessary that he be your friend, it was not even important that you had no means with which to repay him. Only one thing was required. That you yourself, proclaim your friendship. And then, no matter how poor or powerless the supplicant, Don Corleone would take that man's troubles to his heart. And he would let nothing stand in the way to a solution of that man's woe. His reward: friendship, the respectful title of Don, and sometimes the more affectionate salutation of Godfather. And perhaps, to show respect only, never for profit, some humble gift, a gallon of homemade wine or a basket of peppered tarls specially baked to grace his Christmas table. It was understood, it was mere good manners, to proclaim that you were in his debt and that he had the right to call upon you at any time to redeem your debt by some small service. Now on this great day, his daughter's wedding day, Don Vito Corleone stood in the doorway of his Long Beach home to greet his guests, all of them known, all of them trusted. Many of them owed their good fortune in life to the Don, and on this intimate occasion felt free to call him Godfather to his face. Even the people performing festal services were his friends. The bartender was an old comrade whose gift was all the wedding liquors and his own expert skills. The waiters were the friends of Don Corleone's sons. The food on the garden picnic tables had been cooked by the Don's wife and her friends, and the gaily festooned one-acre garden itself had been decorated by the young girl chums of the bride. Don Corleone received everyone, rich and poor, powerful and humble, with an equal show of love. He slighted no one. That was his character. And the guests so exclaimed at how well he looked in his tux that Corleone was tall for a first-generation American of Italian parentage, almost 6 feet, and his crop of bushy, curly hair made him look even taller. His face was that of a gross cupid, the features even but the bow-shaped lips thickly sensual, the dimpled cleft chin in some curious way obscene. He was built as powerfully as a bull, and it was common knowledge that he was so generously endowed by nature that his martyred wife feared the marriage bed as unbelievers once feared the rack. It was whispered that when as a youth he had visited houses of ill fame, even the most hardened and fearless putain, after an odd inspection of his massive organ, demanded double price. Here at the wedding feast, some young matrons, wide-hipped, wide-mouthed, measured Sonny Corleone with coolly confident eyes. But on this particular day they were wasting their time. Sonny Corleone, despite the presence of his wife and 3 small children, had plans for his sister's maid of honor, Lucy Mancini. This young girl, fully aware, sat at a garden table in her pink formal gown, a tiara of flowers in her glossy black hair. She had flirted with Sonny in the past week of rehearsals and squeezed his hand that morning at the altar. A maiden could do no more. She did not care that he would never be the great man his father had proved to be. Sonny Corleone had strength, he had courage. He was generous, and his heart was admitted to be as big as his organ. Yet he did not have his father's humility, but instead a quick, hot temper that led him into errors of judgment. Though he was a great help in his father's business, there were many who doubted that he would become the heir to it. The second son, Federico, called Fred or Fredo, was a child every Italian prayed to the saints for. Dutiful, loyal, always at the service of his father, living with his parents at age 30. He was short and burly, not handsome, but with the same cupid head of the family, the curly helmet of hair over the round face and sensual bow-shaped lips. Only, in Fred, these lips were not sensual but granite-like. Inclined to dourness, he was still a crutch to his father, never disputed him, never embarrassed him by scandalous behavior with women. Despite all these virtues, he did not have that personal magnetism, that animal force, so necessary for a leader of men, and he too was not expected to inherit the family business. The third son, Michael Corleone, did not stand with his father and his two brothers but sat at a table in the most secluded corner of the garden. But even there he could not escape the attentions of the family friends, who had refused the great man's direction. He did not have the heavy, cupid-shaped face of the other children, and his jet-black hair was straight rather than curly. His skin was a clear olive brown that would have been called beautiful in a girl. He was handsome in a delicate way. Indeed, there had been a time when the Don had worried about his youngest son's masculinity. A worry that was put to rest when Michael Corleone became 17 years old. Now this youngest son sat at a table in the extreme corner of the garden to proclaim his chosen alienation from father and family. Beside him sat the American girl everyone had heard about but whom no one had seen until this day. He had, of course, shown the proper respect and introduced her to everyone at the wedding, including his family. They were not impressed with her. She was too thin, she was too fair, her face was too sharply intelligent for a woman, her manner too free for a maiden. Her name, too, was outlandish to their ears. She called herself Kay Adams. If she had told them that her family had settled in America 200 years ago and her name was a common one, they would have shrugged. Every guest noticed that the Don paid no particular attention to this third son. Michael had been his favorite before the war and obviously the chosen heir to run the family business when the proper moment came. He had all the quiet force and intelligence of his great father, the born instinct to act in such a way that men had no recourse but to respect him. But when World War II broke out, Michael Corleone volunteered for the Marine Corps. He defied his father's express command when he did so. Don Corleone had no desire, no intention, of letting his youngest son be killed in the service of a power foreign to himself. Doctors had been bribed, secret arrangements had been made. A great deal of money had been spent to take the proper precautions. But Michael was 21 years of age and nothing could be done against his own willfulness. He enlisted and fought over the Pacific Ocean. He became a captain and won medals. In 1944 his picture was printed in Life magazine with a photo layout of his deeds. A friend had shown Don Corleone the magazine. His family did not dare, and the Don had grunted disdainfully and said, "He performs those miracles for strangers." When Michael Corleone was discharged early in 1945 to recover from a disabling wound, he had no idea that his father had arranged his release. He stayed home for a few weeks, then, without consulting anyone, entered Dartmouth College in Hanover, New Hampshire, and, the washed-out rag of an American girl. Michael Corleone was amusing Kay Adams by telling her little stories about some of the more colorful wedding guests. He was, in turn, amused by her finding these people exotic, and, as always, charmed by her intense interest in anything new and foreign to her experience. Finally her attention was caught by a small group of men gathered around a wooden barrel of homemade wine. The men were Amerigo Bonacera, Nazorine the baker, Anthony Coppola and Luca Brasi. With her usual alert intelligence she remarked on the fact that these four men did not seem particularly happy. Michael smiled. "No, they're not," he said. "They're waiting to see my father in private. They have favors to ask." And indeed it was easy to see that all four men constantly followed the Don with their eyes. As Don Corleone stood greeting guests, a black Chevrolet sedan came to a stop on the far side of the paved mall. Two men in the front seat pulled notebooks from their jackets and, with no attempt at concealment, jotted down license numbers of the other cars parked around the mall. Sonny turned to his father and said, "Those guys over there must be cops." Don Corleone shrugged. "I don't own the street. They can do what they please." Sonny's heavy Cupid face grew red with anger. "Those lousy bastards, they don't respect anything." He left the steps of the house and walked across the mall to where the black sedan was parked. He thrust his face angrily close to the face of the driver, who did not flinch but flapped open his wallet to show a green identification card. Sonny stepped back without saying a word. He spat so that the spittle hit the back door of the sedan and walked away. He was hoping the driver would get out of the sedan and come after him, on the mall, but nothing happened. When he reached the steps he said to his father, "Those guys are FBI men. They're taking down all the license numbers. Snotty bastards." Don Corleone knew who they were. His closest and most intimate friends had been advised to attend the wedding in automobiles not their own. And though he disapproved of his son's foolish display of anger, the tantrum served a purpose. It would convince the interlopers that their presence was unexpected and unprepared for. So Don Corleone himself was not angry. He had long ago learned that society imposes insults that must be borne, comforted by the knowledge that in this world there comes a time when the most humble of men, if he keeps his eyes open, can take his revenge on the most powerful. It was this knowledge that prevented the Don from losing the humility all his friends admired in him. But now in the garden behind the house, a four-piece band began to play. All the guests had arrived. Don Corleone put the intruders out of his mind and led his two sons to the wedding feast. There were, now, hundreds of guests in the huge garden, some dancing on the wooden platform bedecked with flowers, others sitting at long tables piled high with spicy food and gallon jugs of black, homemade wine. The bride, Connie Corleone, sat in splendor at a special raised table with her groom, the maid of honor, bridesmaids and ushers. It was a rustic setting in the old Italian style. Not to the bride's taste, but Connie had consented to a guinea wedding to please her father because she had so displeased him in her choice of a husband. The groom, Carlo Rizzi, was a half-breed, born of a Sicilian father and the North Italian mother from whom he had inherited his blonde hair and blue eyes. His parents lived in Nevada and Carlo had left that state because of a little trouble with the law. In New York he met Sonny Corleone and so met the sister. Don Corleone, of course, sent trusted friends to Nevada and they reported that Carlo's police trouble was a youthful indiscretion with a gun, not serious, that could easily be wiped off the books to leave the youth with a clean record. They also came back with detailed information on legal gambling in Nevada which greatly interested the Don and which he had been pondering over since. It was part of the Don's greatness that he profited from everything. Connie Corleone was a not quite pretty girl, thin and nervous and certain to become shrewish later in life. But today, transformed by her white bridal gown and eager virginity, she was so radiant as to be almost beautiful. Beneath the wooden table her hand rested on the muscular thigh of her groom. Her cupid bow mouth pouted to give him an airy kiss. She thought him incredibly handsome. Carlo Rizzi had worked in the open desert air while very young, heavy laborer's work. Now he had tremendous forearms and his shoulders bulged the jacket of his tux. He basked in the adoring eyes of his bride and filled her glass with wine. He was elaborately courteous to her as if they were both actors in a play. But his eyes kept flickering toward the huge silk purse the bride wore on her right shoulder and which was now stuffed full of money envelopes. In the crowd of guests a dapper young man with the sleek head of a ferret was also studying the silk purse. From sheer habit Polly Gatto wondered just how he could go about hijacking that fat pocketbook. The idea amused him. But he knew it was idle, innocent dreaming as small children dream of knocking out tanks with pop guns. He watched his boss, fat, middle-aged Peter Clemenza whirling young girls around the wooden dance floor in a rustic and lusty tarantella. Clemenza, immensely tall, immensely huge, danced with such skill and abandon, his hard belly lecherously bumping the breasts of younger, tinier women, that all the guests were applauding him. Older women grabbed his arm to become his next partner. The younger men respectfully cleared off the floor and clapped their hands in time to the mandolin's wild strumming. When Clemenza finally collapsed in a chair, Polly Gatto brought him a glass of icy black wine and wiped the perspiring Jove-like brow with his silk handkerchief. Clemenza was blowing like a whale as he gulped down the wine. But instead of thanking Polly he said curtly, "Never mind being a dance judge, do your job. Take a walk around the neighborhood and see everything is okay." Polly slid away into the crowd. The band took a refreshment break. A young man named Nino Valenti picked up a discarded mandolin, put his left foot up on a chair and began to sing a coarse Sicilian love song. Nino Valenti's face was handsome though bloated by continual drinking, and he was already a little drunk. He rolled his eyes as his tongue caressed the obscene lyrics. The women shrieked with glee and the men shouted the last word of each stanza with the singer. Don Corleone, notoriously straight-laced in such matters, though his stout wife was screaming joyfully with the others, disappeared tactfully into the house. Seeing this, Sonny Corleone made his way to the bride's table and sat down beside young Lucy Mancini, the maid of honor. They were safe. His wife was in the kitchen putting the last touches on the serving of the wedding cake. Sonny whispered a few words in the young girl's ear and she rose. Sonny waited a few minutes and then casually followed her, stopping to talk with a guest here and there as he worked his way through the crowd. All eyes followed them. The maid of honor, thoroughly Americanized by 3 years of college, was a ripe girl who already had a reputation. All through the marriage rehearsals she had flirted with Sonny Corleone in a teasing, joking way she thought was permitted. Bathroom. She stayed there for a few moments. When she came out, Sonny Corleone was on the landing above, beckoning her upward. From behind the closed window of Don Corleone's office, a slightly raised Comer room, Thomas Hagen watched the wedding party in the festooned garden. The walls behind him were stacked with law books. Hagen was the Don's lawyer and acting consigliere, or counselor, and as such held the most vital subordinate position in the family business. He and the Don had solved many a knotty problem in this room, and so when he saw the Godfather leave the festivities and enter the house, he knew, wedding or no, there would be a little work this day. The Don would be coming to see him. Then Hagen saw Sonny Corleone whisper in Lucy Mancini's ear in their little comedy as he followed her into the house. Hagen grimaced, debated whether to inform the Don, and decided against it. He went to the desk and picked up a handwritten list of the people who had been granted permission to see Don Corleone privately. When the Don entered the room, Hagen handed him the list. Don Corleone nodded and said, "Leave Bonacera to the end." Hagen used the French doors and went directly out into the garden to where the supplicants clustered around the barrel of wine. He pointed to the baker, the pudgy Nazarene. Don Corleone greeted the baker with an embrace. They had played together as children in Italy and had grown up in friendship. Every Easter freshly baked clotted cheese and wheat germ pies, their crusts yolk gold, big around as truck wheels, arrived at Don Corleone's home. On Christmas, on family birthdays, rich creamy pastries proclaimed the Nazarene's respect. And all through the years, lean and fat, Nazarene cheerfully paid his dues to the bakery union organized by the Don in his salad days. Never asking for a favor in return except for the chance to buy black market OPA sugar coupons during the war. Now the time had come for the baker to claim his rights as a loyal friend, and Don Corleone looked forward with great pleasure to granting his request. He gave the baker a Di Nobili cigar and a glass of yellow Strega and put his hand on the man's shoulder to urge him on. That was the mark of the Don's humanity. He knew from bitter experience what courage it took to ask a favor from a fellow man. The baker told the story of his daughter Enzo, a fine Italian lad from Sicily, captured by the American army, sent to the United States as a prisoner of war, given parole to help our war effort. A pure and honorable love had sprung up between honest Enzo and his sheltered Catherine, but now that the war was ended, the poor lad would be repatriated to Italy and Nazarene's daughter would surely die of a broken heart. Only Godfather Corleone could help this afflicted couple. He was their last hope. The Don walked Nazarene up and down the room, his hand on the baker's shoulder, his head nodding with understanding to keep up the man's courage. When the baker had finished, Don Corleone smiled at him and said, "My dear friend, put all your worries aside." He went on to explain very carefully what must be done. The congressman of the district must be petitioned. The congressman would propose a special bill that would allow Enzo to become a citizen. The bill would surely pass Congress. A privilege all those rascals extended to each other. Don Corleone explained that this would cost money. The going price was now $2,000. He, Don Corleone, would guarantee performance and accept payment. Did his friend agree? The baker nodded his head vigorously. He did not expect such a great favor for nothing. That was understood. A special act of Congress does not come cheap. Nazorine was almost tearful in his thanks. Don Corleone walked him to the door, assuring him that competent people would be sent to the bakery to arrange all details, complete all necessary documents. The baker embraced him before disappearing into the garden. Hagen smiled at the Don. That's a good investment for Nazorine. A son-in-law and a cheap lifetime helper in his bakery, all for $2,000. He paused. Who do I give this job to? Don Corleone frowned in thought. Not to our paisan. Give it to the Jew in the next district. Have the home addresses changed. I think there might be many such cases now the war is over. We should have extra people in Washington that can handle the overflow and not raise the price. Hagen made a note on his pad. Not Congressman Luteco. Try Fisher. The next man Hagen brought in was a very simple case. His name was Anthony Coppola, and he was the son of a man Don Corleone had worked with in the railroad yards in his youth. Coppola needed $500 to open a pizzeria, for a deposit on fixtures and the special oven. For reasons not gone into, credit was not available. The Don reached into his pocket and took out a roll of bills. It was not quite enough. He grimaced and said to Tom Hagen, "Loan me $100, I'll pay you," to Anthony Coppola with his own roll of bills. Hagen watched with quiet admiration. The Don always taught that when a man was generous, he must show the generosity as personal. How flattering to Anthony Coppola that a man like the Don would borrow to loan him money. Not that Coppola did not know that the Don was a millionaire, but how many millionaires let themselves be put to even a small inconvenience by a poor friend. The Don raised his head inquiringly. Hagen said, "He's not on the list, but Luca Brasi wants to see you. He understands it can't be public, but he wants to congratulate you in person." For the first time the Don seemed displeased. The answer was devious. "Is it necessary?" he asked. Hagen shrugged. "You understand him better than I do. But he was very grateful that you invited him to the wedding. He never expected that. I think he wants to show his gratitude." Don Corleone nodded and gestured that Luca Brasi should be brought to him. In the garden, Kay Adams was struck by the violet Fu 0001M printed on the face of Luca Brasi. She asked about him. Michael had brought Kay to the wedding so that she would slowly and perhaps without too much of a shock, absorb the truth about his father. But so far she seemed to regard the Don as a slightly unethical businessman. Michael decided to tell her part of the truth indirectly. He explained that Luca Brasi was one of the most feared men in the Eastern underworld. His great talent, it was said, was that he could do a job of murder all by himself, without confederates, which automatically made discovery and conviction by the law almost impossible. Michael grimaced and said, "I don't know whether all that stuff is true. I do know he is sort of a friend to my father." For the first time Kay began to understand. She asked a little incredulously, "You're not hinting that a man like that works for your father?" The hell with it, he thought. He said, straight out, "Nearly 15 years ago some people wanted to take over my father's oil importing business. They tried to kill him and nearly did. Luca Brasi went after them. The story is that he killed 6 men in 2 weeks, and that ended the famous olive oil war." He smiled as if it were a joke. Kay shuddered. Then, he was afraid he had gone too far. "You're trying to scare me," Kay said. "You just don't want me to marry you." She smiled at him and poked his ribs with her elbow. "Very clever." Michael smiled back at her. "I want you to think about it," he said. "Did he really kill 6 men?" Kay asked. "That's what the newspapers claimed," Mike said. "Nobody ever proved it. But there's another story about him that nobody ever tells. It's supposed to be so terrible that even my father won't talk about it. Tom Hagen knows the story and he won't tell me. Once I kidded him. I said, when will I be old enough to hear that story about Luca? And Tom said, when you're 100. Michael sipped his glass of wine. That must be some story. That must be some Luca. Luca Brasi was indeed a man to frighten the devil in hell himself. Short, squat, massive-skulled, his presence sent out alarm bells of danger. His face was stamped into a mask of fury. The eyes were brown but with none of the warmth of that color, more a deadly tan. The mouth was not so much cruel as lifeless. Thin, rubbery and the color of veal. Brassi's reputation for violence was awesome and his devotion to Don Corleone legendary. He was, in himself, one of the great blocks that supported the Don's power structure. His kind was a rarity. Luca Brasi did not fear the police, he did not fear society, he did not fear God, he did not fear hell, he did not fear or love his fellow man. But he had elected, he had chosen, to fear and love Don Corleone. Ushered into the presence of the Don, the terrible Brasi held himself stiff with respect. He stuttered over the flowery congratulations he offered and his formal hope that the first grandchild would be masculine. He then handed the Don an envelope stuffed with cash as a gift for the bridal couple. So that was what he wanted to do. Hagen noticed the change in Don Corleone. The Don received Brasi as a king greets a subject who has done him an enormous service, never familiar but with regal respect. With every gesture, with every word, Don Corleone made it clear to Luca Brasi that he was valued. Not for one moment did he show surprise at the wedding gift being presented to him personally. He understood. The money in the envelope was sure to be more than anyone else had given. Brasi had spent many hours deciding on the sum, comparing it to what the other guests might offer. He wanted to be the most generous to show that he had the most respect, and that was why, personally, a gaucherie the Don overlooked in his own flowery sentence of thanks. Hagen saw Luca Brasi's face lose its mask of fury, swell with pride and pleasure. Brasi kissed the Don's hand before he went out the door that Hagen held open. Hagen prudently gave Brasi a friendly smile which the squat man acknowledged with a polite stretching of rubbery, veal-colored lips. When the door closed, Don Corleone gave a small sigh of relief. Brasi was the only man in the world who could make him nervous. The man was like a natural force, not truly subject to control. He had to be handled as gingerly as dynamite. The Don shrugged. Even dynamite could be exploded harmlessly if the need arose. He looked questioningly at Hagen. Is Bonacera the only one left? Hagen nodded. Don Corleone frowned in thought, then said, before you bring him in, tell Santino to come here. He should learn some things. Out in the garden, Hagen searched anxiously for Sonny Corleone. He told the waiting Bonacera to be patient and went over to Michael Corleone and his girlfriend. Did you see Sonny around? He asked. Michael shook his head. Damn, Hagen thought, if Sonny was screwing the maid of honor all this time there was going to be a mess of trouble. His wife, the young girl's family. It could be a disaster. Anxiously he hurried to the entrance through which he had seen Sonny disappear almost a half hour ago. Seeing Hagen go into the house, Kay Adams asked Michael Corleone, who is he? You introduced him as your brother but his name is different and he certainly doesn't look Italian. Tom lived with us since he was 12 years old, Michael said. His parents died and he was roaming around the streets with this bad eye infection. Sonny brought him home one night and he just stayed. He didn't have any place to go. He lived with us until he got married. Kay Adams was thrilled. That's really romantic, she said. Your father must be a warm-hearted person. To adopt somebody just like that when he had so many children of his own. Michael didn't bother to point out that immigrant Italians considered 4 children a small family. He merely said, Tom wasn't adopted. He just lived with us. Oh, Kay said, then asked curiously, why didn't you adopt him? Michael laughed. Because my father said it would be disrespectful for Tom to change his name. Office and then crook a finger at Amerigo Bonacera. Why did they bother your father with business on a day like this? Kay asked. Michael laughed again. Because they know that by tradition no Sicilian can refuse a request on his daughter's wedding day. And no Sicilian ever lets a chance like that go by. Lucy Mancini lifted her pink gown off the floor and ran up the steps. Sonny Corleone's heavy Cupid face, redly obscene with whiny lust, frightened her, but she had teased him for the past week to just this end. In her 2 college love affairs she had felt nothing, and neither of them lasted more than a week. Quarreling, her second lover had mumbled something about her being too big down there. Lucy had understood and for the rest of the school term had refused to go out on any dates. During the summer, preparing for the wedding of her best friend, Connie Corleone, Lucy heard the whispered stories about Sonny. One Sunday afternoon in the Corleone kitchen, Sonny's wife Sandra gossiped freely. Sandra was a coarse, good-natured woman who had been born in Italy but brought to America as a small child. She was strongly built with great breasts and had already borne 3 children in 5 years of marriage. Sandra and the other women teased Connie about the terrors of the nuptial bed. "My God," Sandra had giggled, "when I saw that pole of Sonny's for the first time and realized he was going to stick it into me, I yelled bloody murder. After the first year my insides felt as mushy as macaroni boiled for an hour. When I heard he was doing the job on other girls I went to church and lit a candle." They had all laughed, but Lucy had felt her flesh twitching between her legs. Now as she ran up the steps toward Sonny, a tremendous flash of desire went through her body. On the landing Sonny grabbed her hand and pulled her down the hall into an empty bedroom. Her legs went weak as the door closed behind them. She felt Sonny's mouth on hers, his lips tasting of burnt tobacco, bitter. She opened her mouth. At that moment she felt his hand come up beneath her bridesmaid's gown, heard the rustle of material giving way, felt his large warm hand between her legs, ripping aside the satin panties to caress her vulva. She put her arms around, banged her head against the door. She felt something bumming pass between her thighs. She let her right hand drop from his neck and reached down to guide him. Her hand closed around an enormous, blood-gorged pole of muscle. It pulsated in her hand like an animal, and almost weeping with grateful ecstasy she pointed it into her own wet, turgid flesh. The thrust of its entering, the unbelievable pleasure made her gasp, brought her legs up almost around his neck, and then like a quiver, her body received the savage arrows of his lightning-like thrusts. Innumerable, torturing, arching her pelvis higher and higher until for the first time in her life, she reached a shattering climax, felt his hardness break and then the crawly flood of semen over her thighs. Slowly her legs relaxed from around his body, slid down until they reached the floor. They leaned against each other, out of breath. It might have been going on for some time, but now they could hear the soft knocking on the door. Sonny quickly buttoned his trousers, meanwhile blocking the door so that it could not be opened. Lucy frantically smoothed down her pink gown, her eyes flickering, but the thing that had given her so much pleasure was hidden inside sober black cloth. Then they heard Tom Hagen's voice, very low, "Sonny, you in there?" Sonny sighed with relief. He winked at Lucy. "Yeah, Tom, what is it?" Hagen's voice, still low, said, "The Don wants you in his office." Now, they could hear his footsteps as he walked away. Sonny waited for a few moments, gave Lucy a hard kiss on the lips, and then slipped out the door after Hagen. Lucy combed her hair. She checked her dress and pulled around her garter straps. Her body felt bruised, her lips pulpy and tender. She went out the door, and though she felt the sticky wetness between her thighs, she did not go to the bathroom to wash but ran straight on down the steps and into the garden. She took her seat at the bridal table next to Connie, who exclaimed petulantly, "Lucy, where were you? You look drunk. Stay beside me now." The blonde groom poured Lucy a glass of wine and smiled knowingly. Lucy didn't care. She lifted the grapey, dark red juice to her parched mouth and drank. She felt the sticky wetness between her thighs and pressed her legs together. Her body was trembling. Over the glass rim, as she drank, her eyes searched hungrily to find Sonny Corleone. There was no one else she cared to see. Slyly she whispered in Connie's ear. Amerigo Bonacera followed Hagen into the corner room of the house and found Don Corleone sitting behind a huge desk. Sonny Corleone was standing by the window, looking out into the garden. For the first time that afternoon the Don behaved coolly. He did not embrace the visitor or shake hands. The sallow-faced undertaker owed his invitation to the fact that his wife and the wife of the Don were the closest of friends. Amerigo Bonacera himself was in severe disfavor with Don Corleone. Bonacera began his request obliquely and cleverly. You must excuse my daughter, your wife's goddaughter, for not doing your family the respect of coming today. She is in the hospital still. He glanced at Sonny Corleone and Tom Hagen to indicate that he did not wish to speak before them. But the Don was merciless. We all know of your daughter's misfortune, Don Corleone said. If I can help her in any way, you have only to speak. My wife is her godmother after all. I have never forgotten that honor. This was a rebuke. The undertaker never called Don Corleone Godfather as custom dictated. Bonacera, ashen-faced, asked, directly now, may I speak to you alone? Don Corleone shook his head. I trust these two men with my life. They are my two right arms. I cannot insult them by sending them away. The undertaker closed his eyes for a moment and then began to speak. His voice was quiet, the voice he used to console the bereaved. I raised my daughter in the American fashion. I believe in America. America has made my fortune. I gave my daughter her freedom and yet taught her never to dishonor her family. She found a boyfriend, not an Italian. She went to the movies with him. She stayed out late. But he never came to meet her parents. I accepted all this without a protest. The fault is mine. 2 months ago he took her for a drive. He had a masculine friend with him. They made her drink whiskey and then they tried to take advantage of her. She resisted. She kept her honor. They beat her. Like an animal. When I went to the hospital she had 2 black eyes. Her nose was broken. Her jaw was shattered. They had to wire it together. She wept through her pain. Father, Father, why did they do it? The light of my life, an affectionate daughter. A beautiful girl. She trusted people and now she will never trust them again. She will never be beautiful again. He was trembling, his sallow face flushed an ugly dark red. I went to the police like a good American. The 2 boys were arrested. They were brought to trial. The evidence was overwhelming and they pleaded guilty. The judge sentenced them to 3 years in prison and suspended the sentence. They went free that very day. I stood in the courtroom like a fool and those bastards smiled at me. And then I said to my wife, we must go to Don Corleone for justice. The Don had bowed his head to show respect for the man's grief. But when he spoke, the words were cold with offended dignity. Why did you go to the police? Why didn't you come to me at the beginning of this affair? Bonacera muttered almost inaudibly, what do you want of me? Tell me what you wish. But do what I beg you to do. There was something almost insolent in his words. Don Corleone said gravely, and what is that? Bonacera glanced at Hagen and Sonny Corleone and shook his head. The Don, still sitting at Hagen's desk, inclined his body toward the undertaker. Bonacera hesitated, then bent down and put his lips so close to the Don's hairy ear that they touched. Don Corleone listened like a priest in the confessional, gazing away into the distance, impassive, remote. They stood so for a long moment until Bonacera finished whispering and straightened to his full height. The Don looked up gravely at Bonacera. Bonacera, his face flushed, returned the stare unflinchingly. Finally the Don spoke. That I cannot do. You are being carried away. Bonacera said loudly, clearly, I will pay you anything you ask. On hearing this, Hagen flinched, a nervous flick of his head. Sonny Corleone folded his arms, smiled sardonically as he turned from the window to watch the scene in the room for the first time. Don Corleone rose from behind the desk. His face was still impassive but his voice rang like cold death. We have known each other many years, you and I, he said to the undertaker, but until this day you never came to me for counsel or help. I can't remember the last time you invited me to your house for coffee though my wife is godmother to your only child. Let us be frank. You spurned my friendship. You fear to be in my debt. Bonacera. The Don held up his hand. No, don't speak. You found America a paradise. You had a good trade. You made a good living. You thought the world a harmless place where you could take your pleasure as you willed. You never armed yourself with true friends. After all, the police guarded you. There were courts of law. You and yours could come to no harm. You did not need Don Corleone. Very well. My feelings were wounded, but I am not that sort of person who thrusts his friendship on those who do not value it -0 and those who think me of little account. The Don paused and gave the Undertaker a polite, ironic smile. Now you come to me and say, Don Corleone, give me justice. And you do not ask with respect. You do not offer me your friendship. You come into my home on the bridal day of my daughter and you ask me to do murder, and you say, here the Don's voice became a scornful mimicry, I will pay you anything. No, no, I am not offended, but what have I ever done to make you treat me so disrespectfully? Bonacera cried out in his anguish and his fear, America has been good to me. I wanted to be a good citizen. I wanted my child to be American. The Don clapped his hands together with decisive approval. Well spoken. Very fine. Then you have nothing to complain about. The judge has ruled. America has ruled. Bring your daughter flowers and a box of candy when you go visit her in the hospital. That will comfort her. Be content. After all, this is not a serious affair. The boys were young, high-spirited, and one of them is the son of a powerful politician. No, my dear Amerigo, you have always been honest. I must admit, though you spurned my friendship, that I would trust the given word of Amerigo Bonacera more than I would any other man's. So give me your word that you will put aside this madness. It is not American. Forgive. Forget. Life is full of misfortunes. The cruel and contemptuous irony with which all this was said, the controlled anger of the Don, reduced the poor Undertaker to a quivering jelly, but he spoke up bravely again. I ask you for justice. Don Corleone said curtly, the court gave you justice. Bonacera shook his head stubbornly. No, they gave the youths justice. They did not give me justice. The Don acknowledged, waited for him to speak further. Bonacera screwed up the last of his courage and said, how much shall I pay you? It was a despairing wail. Don Corleone turned his back. It was a dismissal. Bonacera did not budge. Finally, sighing, a good-hearted man who cannot remain angry with an erring friend, Don Corleone turned back to the Undertaker, who was now as pale as one of his corpses. Don Corleone was gentle, patient. Why do you fear to give your first allegiance to me? He said. You go to the law courts and wait for months. You spend money on lawyers who know full well you are to be made a fool of. You accept judgment from a judge who sells himself like the worst whore in the streets. Years gone by, when you needed money, you went to the banks and paid ruinous interest, waited hat in hand like a beggar while they sniffed around, poked their noses up your very asshole to make sure you could pay them back. The Don paused, his voice became sterner. But if you had come to me, my purse would have been yours. If you had come to me for justice, those scum who ruined your daughter would be weeping bitter tears this day. If by some misfortune an honest man like yourself made enemies, they would become my enemies. The Don raised his arm, finger pointing at Bonacera, and then, believe me, they would fear you. Bonacera bowed his head and murmured in a strangled voice, be my friend. I accept. Don Corleone put his hand on the man's shoulder. Good, he said, you shall have your justice. Some day, and that day may never come, I will call upon you to do me a service in return. Until that day, consider this justice a gift from my wife, your daughter's godmother. When the door closed behind the grateful Undertaker, Don Corleone turned to Hagen and said, give this affair to Clemenza and tell him to be sure to use reliable people, people who will not be carried away by the smell of blood. After all, we're not murderers, no matter what that corpse valet dreams up in his foolish head. He noted that his firstborn, masculine son was gazing through the window at the garden party. It was hopeless, Don Corleone thought. If he refused to be instructed, Santino could never run the family business, could never become a Don. He would have to find somebody else. And soon. After all, he was not immortal. From the garden, startling all three men, there came a happy roaring shout. Came to the wedding, what did I tell you? Hagen moved to the window. It's really your godson, he said to Don Corleone. Shall I bring him here? No, the Don said. Let the people enjoy him. Let him come to me when he is ready. He smiled at Hagen. You see, he is a good godson. Hagen felt a twinge of jealousy. He said dryly, it's been 2 years. He's probably in trouble again and wants you to help. And who should he come to if not his godfather? Asked Don Corleone. The first one to see Johnny Fontane enter the garden was Connie Corleone. She forgot her bridal dignity and screamed, Johnny. Then she ran into his arms. He hugged her tight and kissed her on the mouth, kept his arm around her as others came up to greet him. They were all his old friends, people he had grown up with on the West Side. Then Connie was dragging him to her new husband. Johnny saw with amusement that the blonde young man looked a little sour at no longer being the star of the day. He turned on all his charm, shaking the groom's hand, toasting him with a glass of wine. A familiar voice called from the bandstand, how about giving us a song, Johnny? He looked up and saw Nino Valenti smiling down at him. Johnny Fontane jumped up on the bandstand and threw his arms around Nino. They had been inseparable, singing together, going out with girls together, until Johnny had started to become famous and sing on the radio. When he had gone to Hollywood to make movies, Johnny had phoned Nino a couple of times just to talk and had promised to get him a club singing date. But he had never done so. Seeing Nino now, his cheerful, mocking, drunken grin, all the affection returned. Nino began strumming on the mandolin. Johnny Fontane put his hand on Nino's shoulder. This is for the bride, he said, and stamping his foot, chanted the words to an obscene Sicilian love song. As he sang, Nino made suggestive motions with his body. The bride blushed proudly, the throng of guests roared its approval. Before the song ended, they were all stamping with their feet and roaring out the sly, double-meaning tagline that finished each stanza. At the end they would not stop applauding until Johnny cleared his throat to sing another song. They were all proud of him. He was of them and he had become a famous singer, a movie star who slept with the most desired women in the world. And yet he had shown proper respect for his godfather by traveling 3,000 miles to attend this wedding. He still loved old friends like Nino Valenti. Many of the people there had seen Johnny and Nino singing together when they were just boys, when no one dreamed that Johnny Fontane would grow up to hold the hearts of 50 million women in his hands. Johnny Fontane reached down and lifted the bride up onto the bandstand so that Connie stood between him and Nino. Both men crouched down, facing each other, Nino plucking the mandolin for a few harsh chords. It was an old routine of theirs, a mock battle and wooing, using their voices like swords, each shouting a chorus in turn. With the most delicate courtesy, Johnny let Nino's voice overwhelm his own, let Nino take the bride from his arm, let Nino swing into the last victorious stanza while his own voice died away. The whole wedding party broke into shouts of applause. The three of them embraced each other at the end. The guests begged for another song. Only Don Corleone, standing in the Comer entrance of the house, sensed something amiss. Cheerily, with bluff good humor, careful not to give offense to his guests, he called out, "My godson has come 3,000 miles to do us honor and no one thinks to wet his throat." At once a dozen full wineglasses were thrust at Johnny Fontane. He took a sip from all and rushed to embrace his godfather. As he did so he whispered something into the older man's ear. Don Corleone led him into the house. Tom Hagen held out his hand when Johnny came into the room. Johnny shook it and said, "How are you, Tom?" But without his usual charm that consisted of a genuine warmth for people. Hagen was a little hurt by this coolness but shrugged it off. It was one of the penalties for being the Don's hatchet man. Johnny Fontaine said to the Don. When I got the wedding invitation, I said to myself, my godfather isn't mad at me anymore. I called you 5 times after my divorce and Tom always told me you were out or busy, so I knew you were sore. Don Corleone was filling glasses from the yellow bottle of Strega. That's all forgotten. Now, can I do something for you still? You're not too famous, too rich, that I can't help you. Johnny gulped down the yellow fiery liquid and held out his glass to be refilled. He tried to sound jaunty. I'm not rich, Godfather. I'm going down. You were right. I should never have left my wife and kids for that tramp I married. I don't blame you for getting sore at me. The Don shrugged. I worried about you. You're my godson, that's all. Johnny paced up and down the room. I was crazy about that bitch. The biggest star in Hollywood. She looks like an angel. And you know what she does after a picture? If the makeup man does a good job on her face, she lets him bang her. If the cameraman made her look extra good, she brings him into her dressing room and gives him a screw. Anybody. She uses her body like I use the loose change in my pocket for a tip. A whore made for the devil. Don Corleone curtly broke in. How is your family? Johnny sighed. I took care of them. After the divorce I gave Ginny and the kids more than the courts said I should. I go see them once a week. I miss them. Sometimes I think I'm going crazy. He took another drink. Now my second wife laughs at me. She can't understand my being jealous. She calls me an old-fashioned guinea. She makes fun of my singing. Before I left I gave her a nice beating, but not in the face because she was making a picture. I gave her cramps. I punched her on the arms and legs like a kid and she kept laughing at me. He lit a cigarette. So, Godfather, right now, life doesn't seem worth living. Don Corleone said simply. These are troubles I can't help you with. He paused, then asked, what's the matter with your voice? All the assured charm, the self-mockery, disappeared from Johnny Fontaine's face. He said almost brokenly, Godfather, I can't sing anymore. Something happened to my throat, the doctors don't know what. Hagen and the Don looked at him with surprise. Johnny had always been so tough. Fontaine went on. My 2 pictures made a lot of money. I was a big star. Now they throw me out. The head of the studio always hated my guts and now he's paying me off. Don Corleone stood before his godson and asked grimly, why doesn't this man like you? I used to sing those songs for the liberal organizations, you know, all that stuff you never liked me to do. Well, Jack Woltz didn't like it either. He called me a communist, but he couldn't make it stick. Then I snatched a girl he had saved for himself. It was strictly a one-night stand and she came after me. What the hell could I do? Then my whore second wife throws me out. And Ginny and the kids won't take me back unless I come crawling on my hands and knees, grabbed Johnny Fontaine by the hair of his head in a gesture that was savagely affectionate. By Christ in heaven, is it possible that you spent so much time in my presence and turned out no better than this? A Hollywood Pinocchio who weeps and begs for pity. Who cries out like a woman, what shall I do? Oh, what shall I do? The mimicry of the Don was so extraordinary, so unexpected, that Hagen and Johnny were startled into laughter. Don Corleone was pleased. For a moment he reflected on how much he loved this godson. How would his own 3 sons have reacted to such a tongue lashing? Santino would have sulked and behaved badly for weeks afterward. Fredo would have been cowed. Michael would have given him a cold smile and gone out of the house, not to be seen for months. But Johnny, what a fine chap he was, smiling now, gathering strength, knowing already the true purpose of his godfather. Don Corleone went on. You took the woman of your boss, a man more powerful than yourself, then you complain he won't help you. What nonsense. You left your family, your children without a father, to marry a whore and you weep because they don't welcome you back with open arms. The whore, you don't hit her in the face because she is making a picture, then you are amazed because she laughs at you. You lived like a fool and you have come to a fool's end. Don Corleone paused to ask in a patient voice, "Are you willing to take my advice this time?" Johnny Fontaine shrugged. "I can't marry Ginny again, not the way she wants. I have to gamble, I have to drink, I have to go out with the boys. Beautiful broads run after me and I never could resist them. Then I used to feel like a heel when I went back to Ginny. Christ, I can't go through all that crap again." It was rare that Don Corleone showed exasperation. "I didn't tell you to get married again. Do what you want. It's good you wish to be a father to your children. A man who is not a father to his children can never be a real man. But then, you must make their mother accept you. Who says you can't see them every day? Who says you can't live in the same house? Who says you can't live your life exactly as you want to live it?" Johnny Fontaine laughed. "Godfather, not all women are like the old Italian wives." She was making a picture. "You let women dictate your actions and they are not competent in this world, though certainly they will be saints in heaven while we men burn in hell. And then I've watched you all these years." The Don's voice became earnest. "You've been a fine godson, you've given me all the respect. But what of your other old friends? One year you run around with this person, the next year with another person. That Italian boy who was so funny in the movies, he had some bad luck and you never saw him again because you were more famous. And how about your old comrade that you went to school with, who was your partner singing? Nino. He drinks too much out of disappointment but he never complains. He works hard driving the gravel truck and sings weekends for a few dollars. He never says anything against you. You couldn't help him a bit." "Why not? He sings well," Johnny Fontaine said with patient weariness. "Godfather, he just hasn't got enough talent. He's okay, but he's not big time." Don Corleone lidded his eyes almost closed and then said, "And you, godson, you just don't have talent enough. Shall I get you a job on the gravel truck with Nino?" When Johnny didn't answer, the Don went on. "Friendship is everything. Friendship is more than talent. It is more than government. It is almost the equal of family. Never forget that. If you had built up a wall of friendships you wouldn't have to ask me to help. Now tell me, why can't you sing? You sang well in the garden. As well as Nino." Hagen and Johnny smiled at this delicate thrust. It was Johnny's turn to be patronizingly patient. "My voice is weak. I sing one or two songs and then I can't sing again for hours or days. I can't make it through the rehearsals or the retakes. My voice is weak, it has got some sort of sickness." "So you have woman trouble. Your voice is sick. Now tell me the trouble you're having with this Hollywood Pesanovante who won't let you work." The Don was getting down to business. "He's bigger than one of your Pesanovantes," Johnny said. "He owns the studio. He advises the president on movie propaganda for the war. Just a month ago he bought the movie rights to the biggest novel of the year. A bestseller. And the main character is a guy just like me. I wouldn't even have to act, just be myself. I wouldn't even have to sing. I might even win the Academy Award. Everybody knows it is perfect." Don Corleone dismissed this emotional nonsense with a wave of his hand. Among reasonable men problems of business could always be solved. He patted his godson on the shoulder. "You're discouraged. Nobody cares about you, so you think. And you've lost a lot of weight. You drink a lot, You don't sleep and you take pills." He shook his head disapprovingly. "Now I want you to follow my orders," the Don said. "I want you to stay in my house for 1 month. I want you to eat well, to rest and sleep. I want you to be my companion. I enjoy your company, and maybe you can learn something about the world from your godfather that might even help you in the great Hollywood. But no singing, no drinking and no women. At the end of the month you can go back to Hollywood and this Pesanovante, this .90 caliber will give you that job you want." Done. Johnny Fontaine could not altogether believe that the Don had such power. But his godfather had never said such and such a thing could be done without having it done. "This guy is a personal friend of J. Edgar Hoover," Johnny said. "You can't even raise your voice to him. He's a businessman," the Don said blandly. I'll make him an offer he can't refuse. It's too late, Johnny said. All the contracts have been signed and they start shooting in a week. It's absolutely impossible, Don Corleone said. Go back to the party. Your friends are waiting for you. Leave everything to me. He pushed Johnny Fontane out of the room. Hagen sat behind the desk and made notes. The Don heaved a sigh and asked, "Is there anything else?" "Sollozzo can't be put off anymore. You'll have to see him this week." Hagen held his pen over the calendar. The Don shrugged. "Now that the wedding is over, whenever you like." This answer told Hagen two things. Most important, that the answer to Virgil Sollozzo would be no. The second, that Don Corleone, since he would not give the answer before his daughter's wedding, expected his no to cause trouble. Hagen said cautiously, "Shall I tell Clemenza to have some men come live in the house?" The Don said impatiently, "For what?" Hagen asked. "Then you will refuse." When the Don nodded, Hagen said, "I think we should all discuss it, the whole family, before you give your answer." The Don smiled. "You think so? Good, we will discuss it. When you come back from California. I want you to fly there tomorrow and settle this business for Johnny. See that movie Pesanovante. Tell Sollozzo I will see him when you get back from California." "Is there anything else?" Hagen said formally. "The hospital called. Consigliere Abbandando is dying, he won't last out the night. His family was told to come and wait." Hagen had filled the consigliere's post for the past year, ever since the cancer had imprisoned Genco Abbandando in his hospital bed. Now he waited to hear Don Corleone say the post was his permanently. The odds were against it. So high a position was traditionally given only to a man descended from two Italian parents. There had already been trouble about his temporary performance of the duties. Also, he was only 35, not old enough, supposedly, to have acquired the necessary experience and cunning for a successful consigliere. But the Don gave him no encouragement. He asked, "When does my daughter leave with her bridegroom?" Hagen looked at his wristwatch. "In a few minutes they'll cut the cake and then a half-hour after that." That reminded him of something else. "Your new son-in-law. Do we give him something important, inside the family?" He was surprised at the vehemence of the Don's answer. "Never." The Don hit the desk with the flat of his hand. "Never. Give him something to earn his living, a good living. But never let him know the family's business. Tell the others, Sonny, Fredo, Clemenza." The Don paused. "Instruct my sons, all three of them, that they will accompany me to the hospital to see poor Genco. I want them to pay their last respects. Tell Freddie to drive the big car and ask Johnny if he will come with us, as a special favor to me." He saw Hagen look at him questioningly. "I want you to go to California tonight. You won't have time to go see Genco. But don't leave until I come back from the hospital and speak with you." "Understood. Understood," Hagen said. "What time should Fred have the car waiting?" "When the guests have left." Don Corleone, men across the street taking down license numbers. But he sent his gift over by special messenger. The Don nodded. He did not think it necessary to mention that he himself had warned the senator not to come. "Did he send a nice present?" Hagen made a face of impressed approval that was very strangely Italian on his German-Irish features. "Antique silver, very valuable. The kids can sell it for $1,000 at least." The senator spent a lot of time getting exactly the right thing. For those kind of people that's more important than how much it costs. Don Corleone did not hide his pleasure that so great a man as the senator had shown him such respect. The senator, like Luca Brasi, was one of the great stones in the Don's power structure, and he too, with this gift, had resworn his loyalty. When Johnny Fontane appeared in the garden, Kay Adams recognized him immediately. She was truly surprised. "You never told me your family knew Johnny Fontane," she said. "Now I'm sure I'll marry you. Do you want to meet him?" Michael asked. "Not now," Kay said. She sighed. "I was in love with him for 3 years. I used to come down to New York whenever he sang at the Capitol and scream my head off. He was so wonderful. We'll meet him later, Michael said. When Johnny finished singing and vanished into the house with Don Corleone, Kay said archly to Michael, "Don't tell me a big movie star like Johnny Fontane has to ask your father for a favor." "He's my father's godson," Michael said. "And if it wasn't for my father, he might not be a big movie star today." Kay Adams laughed with delight. "That sounds like another great story." Michael shook his head. "I can't tell that one," he said. "Trust me," she said. He told her. He told her without being funny. He told it without pride. He told it without any sort of explanation except that 8 years before his personality named Les Haley had signed Johnny to a 5-year personal services contract. It was a common show business practice. Les Haley could now loan Johnny out and pocket most of the money. Don Corleone entered the negotiations personally. He offered Les Haley $20,000 to release Johnny Fontane from the personal services contract. Haley offered to take only 50% of Johnny's earnings. Don Corleone was amused. He dropped his offer from $20,000 to $10,000. The band leader, obviously not a man of the world outside his beloved show business, completely missed the significance of this lower offer. He refused. The next day Don Corleone went to see the band leader personally. He brought with him his 2 best friends, Genco Abbandondo, who was his consigliere, and Luca Brasi. With no other witnesses, Don Corleone persuaded Les Haley to sign a document giving up all rights to all services from Johnny Fontane upon payment of a certified check to the amount of $10,000. Don Corleone did this by putting a pistol to the forehead of the band leader and assuring him with the utmost seriousness that either his signature or his brains would rest on that document in exactly 1 minute. Les Haley signed. Don Corleone pocketed his pistol and handed over the certified check. The rest was history. Johnny Fontane went on to become the greatest singing sensation in the country. He made Hollywood musicals that earned a fortune for his studio. His records made millions of dollars. Then he divorced his childhood sweetheart wife and left his 2 children, to marry the most glamorous blonde star in motion pictures. He soon learned that she was a whore. He drank, he gambled, he chased other women, he lost his singing voice. His records stopped selling. The studio did not renew his contract. And so now he had come back to his godfather. Kay said thoughtfully, "Are you sure you're not jealous of your father? Everything you've told me about him shows him doing something for other people. He must be good-hearted." She smiled wryly. "Of course his methods are not exactly constitutional." Michael sighed. "I guess that's the way it sounds, but let me tell you this. You know those Arctic explorers who leave caches of food scattered on the route to the North Pole? It was nearly twilight before the wedding cake was shown," exclaimed Over and Eden. Specially baked by Nazorine, it was cleverly decorated with shells of cream so dizzyingly delicious that the bride greedily plucked them from the corpse of the cake before she whizzed away on her honeymoon with her blonde groom. The Don politely sped his guest's departure, noting meanwhile that the black sedan with its FBI men was no longer visible. Finally, the only car left in the driveway was the long black Cadillac with Freddie at the wheel. The Don got into the front seat, moving with quick coordination for his age and bulk. Sonny, Michael and Johnny Fontane got into the back seat. Don Corleone said to his son Michael, "Your girlfriend, she'll get back to the city by herself all right." Michael nodded. Tom said he'd take care of it. Don Corleone nodded with satisfaction at Hagen's efficiency. Because of the gas rationing still in effect, there was little traffic on the Belt Parkway to Manhattan. In less than an hour the Cadillac rolled into the street of French Hose 0000L. During the ride Don Corleone asked his youngest son if he was doing well in school. Michael nodded. Then Sonny in the back seat asked his father, "Johnny says you're getting him squared away with that Hollywood business. Do you want me to go out there and help?" Don Corleone was curt. "Tom is going tonight. He won't need any help. It is a simple affair." Sonny Corleone laughed. "Johnny thinks you can't fix it. That's why I thought you might want me to go out there." Don Corleone turned his head. "Why do you doubt me?" he asked Johnny Fontane. Hasn't your godfather always done what he said he would do? Have I ever been taken for a fool? Johnny apologized nervously. Godfather, the man who runs it is a real .90 caliber Pesanovante. You can't budge him, not even with money. He has big connections. And he hates me. I just don't know how you can swing it. The Don spoke with affectionate amusement. I say to you, you shall have it. He nudged Michael with his elbow. We won't disappoint my godson, Michael. Michael, who never doubted his father for a moment, shook his head. As they walked toward the hospital entrance, Don Corleone put his hand on Michael's arm so that the others forged ahead. When you get through, Michael didn't say anything. Don Corleone grunted in exasperation. I know how you are. I won't ask you to do anything you don't approve of. This is something special. Go your own way now, you're a man after all. But come to me as a son should when you have finished with your schooling. The family of Genco Abandando, wife and 3 daughters dressed in black, clustered like a flock of plump crows on the white tile floor of the hospital corridor. When they saw Don Corleone come out of the elevator, they seemed to flutter up off the white tiles in an instinctive surge toward him for protection. The mother was regally stout in black, the daughters fat and plain. Mrs. Abandando pecked at Don Corleone's cheek, sobbing, wailing, "Oh, what a saint you are, to come here on your daughter's wedding day." Don Corleone brushed these thanks aside. Don't I owe respect to such a friend who has been my right arm for 20 years. He had understood immediately that the soon-to-be widow did not comprehend that her husband would die this night. Genco Abandando had been in this hospital for nearly a year dying of his cancer, and the wife had come to consider his fatal illness almost an ordinary part of life. Tonight was just another crisis. She babbled on. Go in and see my poor husband, she said, he asks for you. Poor man, he wanted to come to the wedding to show his respect, but the doctor would not permit it. Then he said you would come to see him on this great day, but I did not believe it possible. Ah, men understand friendship more than we women. Go inside, you will make him happy. A nurse and a doctor came out of Genco Abandando's private room. The doctor was a young man, serious-faced and with the air of one born to command, that is to say, the air of one who has been immensely rich all his life. One of the daughters asked timidly, "Drive. Kennedy, can we go to see him now?" Dr. Kennedy looked over the large group with exasperation. Didn't these people realize that the man inside was dying and dying in torturous pain? It would be much better if everyone let him die in peace. I think just the immediate family, he said in his exquisitely polite voice. He was surprised when then there is nothing more for you to do, said Don Corleone. We will take up the burden. We will comfort him. We will close his eyes. We will bury him and weep at his funeral, and afterwards we will watch over his wife and daughters. At hearing things put so bluntly, forcing her to understand, Mrs. Abandando began to weep. Dr. Kennedy shrugged. It was impossible to explain to these peasants. At the same time he recognized the crude justice in the man's remarks. His role was over. Still exquisitely polite, he said, "Please wait for the nurse to let you in. She has a few necessary things to do with the patient." He walked away from them down the corridor, his white coat flapping. The nurse went back into the room and they waited. Finally she came out again, holding the door for them to enter. She whispered, "He's delirious with the pain and fever, try not to excite him. And you can stay only a few minutes, except for the wife." She recognized Johnny Fontaine as he went by her, and her eyes opened wide. He gave her a faint smile of acknowledgement and she stared at him with frank invitation. He filed her away for future reference, then followed the others into the sick man's room. Genco Abandando had run a long race with death, and now, vanquished, he lay exhausted on the raised bed. He was wasted away to no more than a skeleton, and what had once been vigorous black hair had turned into obscene stringy wisps. Don Corleone said cheerily, "Genco, dear friend, I have brought my sons to pay their respects, and look, even Johnny, all the way from Hollywood." The dying man raised his fevered eyes gratefully to the dawn. He let the young men clasp his bony hand in their fleshy ones. His wife and daughters ranged themselves along his bed, kissing his cheek, taking his other hand in turn. The dawn pressed his old friend's hand. He said comfortingly, "Hurry up and get better and we'll take a trip back to Italy together to our old village. We'll play bocce in front of the wine shop like our fathers before us." The dying man shook his head. He motioned the young men and his family away from his bedside. With the other bony claw he hung fast to the Don. He tried to speak. The Don put his head down and then sat on the bedside chair. Genco Abandando was babbling about their childhood. Then, Anne pointed a skeletal forefinger at the Don. "Godfather, Godfather," he called out blindly, "save me from death, I beg of you. My flesh is burning off my bones and I can feel the worms eating away my brain. Godfather, cure me, you have the power, dry the tears of my poor wife. In Corleone we played together as children and now will you let me die when I fear hell for my sins?" The Don was silent. Abandando said, "It is your daughter's wedding day, you cannot refuse me." The Don spoke quietly, gravely, to pierce through the blasphemous delirium. "Old friend," he said, "I have no such powers. If I did I would be more merciful than God, believe me. But don't fear death and don't fear hell. I will have a mass said for your soul every night and every morning. Your wife and your children will pray for you. How can God punish you with so many pleas for mercy?" The skeleton face took on a cunning expression that was obscene. Abandando said slyly, "It's been arranged then." When the Don answered, his voice was cold, without comfort. "You blaspheme. Resign yourself." Abandando fell back on the pillow. His eyes lost their wild gleam of hope. The nurse came back into the room and started shooing them out in a very matter-of-fact way. The Don got up but Abandando put out his hand. "Godfather," he said, "stay here with me and help me meet death. Perhaps if he sees you near me he will be frightened and leave me in peace. Or perhaps you can say a word, pull a few strings, The dying man winked as if he were mocking the Don, now not really serious. "Your brothers in blood, after all." Then, as if fearing the Don would be offended, he clutched at his hand. "Stay with me, let me hold your hand. We'll outwit that bastard as we've outwitted others. Godfather, don't betray me." The Don motioned the other people out of the room. They left. He took the withered claw of Genco Abandando in his own two broad hands. Softly, reassuringly, he comforted his friend, as they waited for death together. As if the Don could truly snatch the life of Genco Abandando back from that willingness, then she gave up her purse. For the latter, he had to blacken one of her eyes. Lucy Mancini waited in her house for a call from Sonny Corleone, sure that he would ask her for a date. Finally she called his house and when she heard a woman's voice answer the phone she hung up. She had no way of knowing that nearly everyone at the wedding had remarked the absence of her and Sonny for that fatal half hour and the gossip was already spreading that Santino Corleone had found another victim. That he had done the job on his own sister's maid of honor. Amerigo Bonacera had a terrible nightmare. In his dreams he saw Don Corleone, in peaked cap, overalls and heavy gloves, unloading bullet-riddled corpses in front of his funeral parlor and shouting, "Remember, Amerigo, not a word to anyone, and bury them quickly." He groaned so loud and long in his sleep that his wife shook him awake. What a man you are," she grumbled. "To have a nightmare only after a wedding." Kay Adams was escorted to her New York City hotel by Polly Gatto and Clemenza. The car was large, luxurious and driven by Gatto. Clemenza sat in the back seat and Kay was given the front seat next to the driver. She found both men wildly exotic. Their speech was movie Brooklynese and they treated her with exaggerated courtliness. During the ride she chatted casually with both men and was surprised when they spoke of Michael with unmistakable affection and respect. He had led her to believe that he was an alien in his father's world. Now Clemenza was assuring her in his wheezing guttural voice that the old man thought Mike was the best of his sons, the one who would surely inherit the family business. "What business is that?" Kay asked in the most natural way. Polly Gatto gave her a quick glance as he turned the wheel. Behind her Clemenza said in a surprised voice. "Didn't Mike tell you? Mr. Corleone is the biggest importer of Italian olive oil in the States. Now that the war is over, the business could get real rich. He'll need a smart boy like Mike." At the hotel, Clemenza insisted on coming to the desk with her. When she protested, he said simply, "The boss said to make sure you got home okay. I gotta do it." After she received her room key, he walked. The hotel clerk looked at Clemenza coldly. Clemenza rolled the little green spitball he was holding in his hand across to the clerk, who picked it up and immediately said, "Mr. and Mrs. Michael Corleone." Back in the car, Polly Gatto said, "Nice dame." Clemenza grunted. Mike is doing the job on her. Unless, he thought, they were really married. "Pick me up early in the morning," he told Polly Gatto. "Hagen got some deal for us that gotta be done right away." It was late Sunday night before Tom Hagen could kiss his wife goodbye and drive out to the airport. With his special #1 priority, a grateful gift from a Pentagon staff general officer, he had no trouble getting on a plane to Los Angeles. It had been a busy but satisfying day for Tom Hagen. Genco Abandando had died at 3 in the morning, and when Don Corleone returned from the hospital, he had informed Hagen that he was now officially the new consigliere to the family. This meant that Hagen was sure to become a very rich man, to say nothing of power. The Don had broken a long-standing tradition. The consigliere was always a full-blooded Sicilian, and the fact that Hagen had been brought up as a member of the Don's family made no difference to that tradition. It was a question of blood. Only a Sicilian born to the ways of Omerta, the law of silence, could be trusted in the key post of consigliere. Between the head of the family, Don Corleone, who dictated policy, and the operating level of men who actually carried out the orders of the Don, there were 3 layers, or buffers. In that way nothing could be traced to the top. Unless the consigliere turned traitor. That Sunday morning Don Corleone gave explicit instructions on what should be done to the 2 young men who had beaten the daughter of Amerigo Bonacera. But he had given those orders in private to Tom Hagen. Later in the day Hagen had, also in private without witnesses, instructed Clemenza. In turn Clemenza had told Polly Gatto to execute the commission. Polly Gatto would now muster the necessary manpower and execute the orders. Polly Gatto and his men would not know why this particular task was being carried out or who had ordered it originally. Each link of the chain would have to turn traitor for the Don to be involved, and though it had never yet happened, there was a counselor to the Don, his right-hand man, his auxiliary brain. He was also his closest companion and his closest friend. On important trips he would drive the Don's car. At conferences he would go out and get the Don refreshments, coffee and sandwiches, fresh cigars. He would know everything the Don knew, or nearly everything, all the cells of power. He was the one man in the world who could bring the Don crashing down to destruction. But no consigliere had ever betrayed a Don, not in the memory of any of the powerful Sicilian families who had established themselves in America. There was no future in it. And every consigliere knew that if he kept the faith, he would become rich, wield power and win respect. If misfortune came, his wife and children would be sheltered and cared for as if he were alive or free. If he kept the faith. In some matters the consigliere had to act for his Don in a more open way and yet not involve his principal. Hagen was flying to California on just such a matter. He realized that his career as consigliere would be seriously affected by the success or failure of this mission. By family business standards, whether Johnny Fontaine got his coveted part in the war movie, or did not, was a minor matter. Far more important was the meeting Hagen had set up with Virgil Sollozzo the following Friday. But Hagen knew that to the Don, both were of equal importance, which settled the matter for any good consigliere. The piston plane shook Tom Hagen's already nervous insides and he ordered a martini from the hostess to quiet them. Both the Don and Johnny had briefed him on the character of the movie producer, Jack Woltz. From everything that Johnny said, Hagen knew he would never be able to persuade Woltz. But he also had no doubt whatsoever that the Don would keep his promise to Johnny. His own role was that of negotiator and contact. Lying back in his seat, Hagen went over all the information given to him that day. Jack Woltz was one of the 3 most important movie producers in Hollywood, owner of his own studio with dozens of stars under contract. He was on the president of the United States Advisory Council for War Information, Cinematic Division, which meant simply that he helped make propaganda movies. He had had dinner at the White House. He had entertained J. Edgar Hoover in his Hollywood home. But none of this was as impressive as it sounded. They were all official relationships. Woltz didn't have any personal political power, mainly because he was an extreme reactionary, partly opened his briefcase and tried to get some paperwork done, but he was too tired. He ordered another martini and reflected on his life. He had no regrets, indeed he felt that he had been extremely lucky. Whatever the reason, the course he had chosen 10 years ago had proved to be right for him. He was successful, he was as happy as any grown man could reasonably expect, and he found life interesting. Tom Hagen was 35 years old, a tall crew-cut man, very slender, very ordinary looking. He was a lawyer but did not do the actual detailed legal work for the Corleone family business, though he had practiced law for 3 years after passing the bar exam. At the age of 11 he had been a playmate of 11-year-old Sonny Corleone. Hagen's mother had gone blind and then died during his 11th year. Hagen's father, a heavy drinker, had become a hopeless drunkard. A hard-working carpenter, he had never done a dishonest thing in his life. But his drinking destroyed his family and finally killed him. Tom Hagen was left an orphan who wandered the streets and slept in hallways. His younger sister had been put in a foster home, but in the 1920s the social agencies did not follow up cases of 11-year-old boys who were so ungrateful as to run from their charity. Hagen, too, had an eye infection. Neighbors whispered that he had caught or inherited it from his mother and so therefore it could be caught from him. He was shunned. Sonny Corleone, a warm-hearted and imperious 11-year-old, had brought his friend home and demanded that he be taken in. Tom Hagen was given a hot dish of spaghetti with oily rich tomato sauce, the taste of which he had never forgotten, and then given a metal folding bed to sleep on. In the most natural way, without a word being spoken or the matter discussed in any fashion, Don Corleone had permitted the boy to stay in his household. Don Corleone himself took the boy to a special doctor and had his eye infection cured. He sent him to college and law school. In all this the Don acted not as a father but rather as a guardian. There was no show of affection, but oddly enough the Don treated Hagen more courteously than his own sons, did not impose a parental will upon him. It was the boy's decision to go to law school after college. He had heard Don Corleone say once, "A lawyer with his briefcase can steal more than 100 men with guns." Meanwhile, much to the annoyance of their father, Sonny and Freddie insisted on going into the family business after graduation. The bride was a young Italian girl from New Jersey, rare at that time for being a college graduate. After the wedding, which was of course held in the home of Don Corleone, the Don offered to support Hagen in any undertaking he desired, to send him law clients, furnish his office, start him in real estate. Tom Hagen had bowed his head and said to the Don, "I would like to work for you." The Don was surprised, yet pleased. "You know who I am?" he asked. Hagen nodded. He hadn't really known the extent of the Don's power, not then. He did not really know in the 10 years that followed until he was made the acting consigliere after Genco Abbandondo became ill. But he nodded and met the Don's eyes with his own. "I would work for you like your sons," Hagen said, meaning with complete loyalty, with complete acceptance of the Don's parental divinity. The Don, with that understanding which was even then building the legend of his greatness, showed the young man the first mark of fatherly affection since he had come into his household. He took Hagen into his arms for a quick embrace and afterward treated him more like a true son, though he would sometimes say, "Tom, never forget your parents," as if he were reminding himself as well as Hagen. There was no chance that Hagen would forget. His mother had been near moronic and slovenly, so ridden by anemia she could not feel affection for her children or make a pretense of it. His father Hagen had hated. His mother's blindness before she died had terrified him, and his own eye infection had been a stroke of doom. He had been sure he would go blind. When his father died, Tom Hagen's 11-year-old mind had snapped in a curious way. He had roamed the streets like an animal waiting for death until the fateful day Sonny found him sleeping in the back of a hallway and brought him to his home. What had happened afterward was a miracle. But for years Hagen had had nightmares, dreaming he had grown to manhood blind, tapping a white cane, his blind children behind him tapping with their little white canes as they begged in the streets. Some mornings when he woke, the face of Don Corleone was imprinted on his brain in that first conscious moment, and he would feel safe. But the Don had insisted that he put in 3 years of general law practice in addition to his duties for the family business. This experience had proved invaluable later on, and also removed any doubts in Hagen's mind about working for Don Corleone. And when he went into the full-time service of the family business, Don Corleone had not been able to reproach him once in the 6 years that followed. When he had been made the acting consigliere, the other powerful Sicilian families referred contemptuously to the Corleone family as the Irish gang. This had amused Hagen. It had also taught him that he could never hope to succeed the Don as the head of the family business. But he was content. That had never been his goal. Such an ambition would have been a disrespect to his benefactor and his benefactor's blood family. It was still dark when the plane landed in Los Angeles. Hagen checked into his hotel, showered and shaved, and watched Don come over the city. He ordered breakfast and newspapers to be sent up to his room and relaxed until it was time for his 10 a.m. appointment with Jack Woltz. The appointment had been surprisingly easy to make. The day before, Hagen had called the most powerful man in the movie labor unions, a man named Billy Goff. Acting on instructions from Don Corleone, Hagen had told Goff to arrange an appointment on the next day for Hagen to call on DX Woltz, that he should hint to Woltz that if Hagen was not made happy by the results of the interview, there could be a labor strike at the movie studio. An hour later Hagen received a call from Goff. The appointment would be at 10 a.m. Woltz had gotten the message about the possible labor strike but hadn't seemed too impressed, Goff said. He added, "If it really comes down to that, I gotta talk to the Don myself." "If it comes to that he'll talk to you," Hagen said. By saying this he avoided making any promises. He was not surprised that Goff was so agreeable to the Don's wishes. The family empire, technically, did not extend beyond the New York area, but Don Corleone had first become strong by helping labor leaders. Many of them still owed him debts of friendship. But the 10 a.m. appointment was a bad sign. It meant that he would be first on the appointment list, that he would not be invited to lunch. It meant that Woltz held him in small worth. Goff had not been threatening enough, probably because Woltz had him on his graft payroll. And sometimes the Don's success in keeping himself out of the limelight worked to the disadvantage of the family business, in that his name did not mean anything to outside, beautiful child Hagen had ever seen. She was no more than 11 or 12, dressed in a very expensive but simple way as a grown woman. She had incredibly golden hair, huge deep sea blue eyes and a fresh raspberry red mouth. She was guarded by a woman, obviously her mother, who tried to stare Hagen down with a cold arrogance that made him want to punch her in the face. The angel child and the dragon mother, Hagen thought, returning the mother's cold stare. Fina's cute and exquisitely dressed but stout middle-aged woman came to lead him through a string of offices to the office apartment of the movie producer. Hagen was impressed by the beauty of the offices and the people working in them. He smiled. They were all shrewdies, trying to get their foot in the movie door by taking office jobs, and most of them would work in these offices for the rest of their lives or until they accepted defeat and returned to their hometowns. Jack Woltz was a tall, powerfully built man with a heavy paunch almost concealed by his perfectly tailored suit. Hagen knew his history. At 10 years of age, Woltz had hustled empty beer kegs and pushcarts on the East Side. At 20 he helped his father sweat garment workers. At 30 he had left New York and moved west, invested in the Nickelodeon and pioneered motion pictures. At 48 he had been the most powerful movie magnate in Hollywood, still rough-spoken, rapaciously amorous, a raging wolf ravaging helpless flocks of young starlets. At 50 he transformed himself. He took speech lessons, learned how to dress from an English valet and how to behave socially from an English butler. When his first wife died, he married a world-famous and beautiful actress who didn't like acting. Now at the age of 60 he collected old master paintings, was a member of the President's Advisory Committee, and had set up a multi-million-dollar foundation in his name to promote art in motion pictures. His daughter had married an English lord, his son an Italian princess. His latest passion, as reported dutifully by every movie columnist in America, was his own racing stables on which he had spent $10 million in the past year. He had made headlines by purchasing the famed English racing horse Khartoum for the incredible price of $600,000 and then announcing that the undefeated racer would be retired and put to stud exclusively for the Woltz stables. He received Hagen courteously, his beautifully, evenly tanned, meticulously barbered face contorted with a grimace meant to be a smile. Despite all the money spent, despite the ministrations of the most knowledgeable technicians, his age showed. The flesh of his face looked as if it had been seamed together. But there was an enormous vitality in his movements, and he had what Don Corleone had, the air of a man who commanded absolutely the world in which he lived. Hagen came directly to the point. That he was an emissary from a friend of Johnny Fontane. That this friend was a very powerful man who would pledge his gratitude and undying friendship to Mr. Woltz if Mr. Woltz would grant a small favor. The small favor would be the casting of Johnny Fontane in the new war movie the studio planned to start next week. The seamed face was impassive, polite. "What favors can your friend do me?" Woltz asked. There was just a trace of condescension in his voice. Hagen ignored the condescension. He explained, "You've got some labor trouble coming up. My friend can absolutely guarantee to make that trouble disappear. You have a top male star who makes a lot of money for your studio, but he just graduated from marijuana to heroin. My friend will guarantee that your male star won't be able to get any more heroin. And if some other little things come up over the years, a phone call to me can solve your problems." Jack Woltz listened to this as if he were hearing the boasting of a child. Then he said harshly, his voice deliberately all East Side, "You trying to put muscle on me?" Hagen said coolly, "Absolutely not. I've come to ask a service for a friend. I've tried to explain that you won't lose anything by it." Almost as if he willed it, Woltz made his face a mask of anger. The mouth curled, his heavy brows, dyed black, contracted to form a thick line over his glinting eyes. He leaned over the desk toward Hagen. "All right, you smooth son of a bitch, let me lay it on the line for you and your boss, whoever he is. Johnny Fontane never gets that movie. I don't care how many Guinea Mafia Goombas come out of the woodwork." He leaned back. "A word of advice to you, my friend. J. Edgar Hoover, I assume you've heard of him," Woltz smiled sardonically, "is a personal friend of mine. If I let him know I'm being pressured, you guys will never know what hit you." Hagen listened patiently. He had expected better from a man of Woltz's stature. Was it possible that a man who acted this stupidly could rise to the head of a company worth hundreds of millions? That was something to think himself. Never get angry, the Don had instructed. Never make a threat. Reason with people. The word reason sounded so much better in Italian, ragione, to rejoin. The art of this was to ignore all insults, all threats, to turn the other cheek. Hagen had seen the Don sit at a negotiating table for 8 hours, swallowing insults, trying to persuade a notorious and megalomaniac strong-arm man to mend his ways. At the end of the 8 hours, Don Corleone had thrown up his hands in a helpless gesture and said to the other men at the table, "But no one can reason with this fellow," and had stalked out of the meeting room. The strong-arm man had turned white with fear. Emissaries were sent to bring the Don back into the room. An agreement was reached, but 2 months later the strong-arm was shot to death in his favorite barber shop. So Hagen started again, speaking in the most ordinary voice. "Look at my card," he said. "I'm a lawyer. Would I stick my neck out? Have I uttered one threatening word? Let me just say that I am prepared to meet any condition you name to get Johnny Fontaine that movie. I think I've already offered a great deal for such a small favor. A favor that I understand it would be in your interest to grant. Johnny tells me that you admit he would be perfect for that part. And let me say that this favor would never be asked if that were not so. In fact, if you're worried about your investment, my client would finance the picture. But please let me make myself absolutely clear. We understand your no is no. Nobody can force you or is trying to. We know about your friendship with Mr. Hoover, I may add, and my boss respects you for it. He respects that relationship very much." Woltz had been doodling with a huge, red-feathered pen. At the mention of money his interest was aroused and he stopped doodling. He said patronizingly, "This picture is budgeted at $5 million. Hagen whistled softly to show that he was impressed. Then he said very casually, "My boss has a lot of friends who back his judgment." For the first time Woltz seemed to take the whole thing seriously. He studied Hagen's card. "I never heard of you," he said. "I know most of the big lawyers in New York, but just who the hell are you?" "I have one of those dignified corporate practices," Hagen said dryly. "I just handle this one account." He rose. "I won't take up any more of your time." He held out his hand. Woltz shook it. Hagen took a few steps toward the door and turned to face Woltz again. "I understand you have to deal with a lot of people who try to seem more important than they are. In my case the reverse is true. Why don't you check me out with our mutual friend? Things for you that even Mr. Hoover might find out of his range." He saw the movie producer's eyes narrowing. Woltz was finally getting the message. "By the way, I admire your pictures very much," Hagen said in the most fawning voice he could manage. "I hope you can keep up the good work. Our country needs it." Late that afternoon Hagen received a call from the producer's secretary that a car would pick him up within the hour to take him out to Mr. Woltz's country home for dinner. She told him it would be about a 3-hour drive but that the car was equipped with a bar and some hors d'oeuvres. Hagen knew that Woltz made the trip in his private plane and wondered why he hadn't been invited to make the trip by air. The secretary's voice was adding politely, "Mr. Woltz suggested you bring an overnight bag and he'll get you to the airport in the morning." "I'll do that," Hagen said. That was another thing to wonder about. How did Woltz know he was taking the morning plane back to New York? He thought about it for a moment. The most likely explanation was that Woltz had set private detectives on his trail to get all possible information. Then Woltz certainly knew he represented the Don, which meant that he knew something about the Don, which in turn meant that he was now ready to take the whole matter seriously. Something might be done after all, Hagen thought. And maybe Woltz was smarter than he had appeared this morning. The home of Jack Woltz looked like an implausible movie set. There was a plantation-type mansion, huge grounds girdled by a rich black dirt bridle path, stables and pasture for a herd of horses. The hedges, flower beds and grasses were as carefully manicured as a movie star's nails. Woltz greeted Hagen on a glass-paneled air-conditioned porch. The producer was informally dressed in blue silk shirt open at the neck, mustard-colored slacks, soft leather sandals. Framed in all this color and rich fabric his seamed, tough face was startling. He handed Hagen an outsized martini glass and took one for himself from the prepared tray. He seemed more friendly than he had been earlier in the day. He put his arm over Hagen's shoulder and said, "We have a little time before dinner, let's go look at my horses." As they walked toward the stables he said, "I checked you out, Tom. You should have told me after dinner." Surprisingly, Woltz proved to be a truly considerate host. He explained his new methods, innovations that he hoped would make his stable the most successful in America. The stables were all fireproofed, sanitized to the highest degree, and guarded by a special security detail of private detectives. Finally, Woltz led him to a stall which had a huge bronze plaque attached to its outside wall. On the plaque was the name Khartoum. The horse inside the stall was, even to Hagen's inexperienced eyes, a beautiful animal. Khartoum's skin was jet black except for a diamond-shaped white patch on his huge forehead. The great brown eyes glinted like golden apples, the black skin over the taut body was silk. Woltz said with childish pride, "The greatest racehorse in the world. I bought him in England last year for 600 grand. I bet even the Russian czars never paid that much for a single horse. But I'm not going to race him, I'm going to put him to stud. I'm going to build the greatest racing stable this country has ever known." He stroked the horse's mane and called out softly, "Khartoum, Khartoum." There was real love in his voice and the animal responded. Woltz said to Hagen, "I'm a good horseman, you know, and the first time I ever rode I was 50 years old." He laughed. "Maybe one of my grandmothers in Russia got raped by a Cossack and I got his blood." He tickled Khartoum's belly and said with sincere admiration, "Look at that cock on him. I should have such a cock." They went back to the mansion to have dinner. It was served by 3 waiters under the command of a butler. The table linen and ware were all gold thread and silver, but Hagen found the food mediocre. Woltz obviously lived alone, and just as obviously was not a man who cared about food. Hagen waited until they had both lit up huge Havana cigars before he asked Woltz, "Does Johnny get it or not?" "I can't," Woltz said. "I can't put Johnny into that picture even if I wanted to. The contracts are all signed for all the performers and the cameras roll next week. There's no way I can swing it." Hagen said impatiently, "Mr. Woltz, the big advantage of dealing with a man at the top is that such an excuse is not valid. You can do anything you want to do." He puffed on his cigar. "Don't you believe my client can keep his promises?" Woltz said dryly, "I believe that I'm going to have labor trouble. Goff called me up on that, the son of a bitch, and the way he talked to me you'd never guess I pay him 100 grand a year under the table. And I believe you can get that faggy man star of mine off heroin. But I don't care about that and I can finance my own pictures. Because I hate that bastard Fontaine. Tell your boss this is one favor I can't give but that he should try me again on anything else. Anything at all." Hagen thought, "You sneaky bastard, then why the hell did you bring me all the way out here?" The producer had something on his mind. Hagen said coldly, "I don't think you understand the situation. Mr. Corleone is Johnny Fontaine's godfather. That is a very close, a very sacred religious relationship." Woltz bowed his head in respect at this reference to religion. Hagen went on, "Italians have a little joke, that the world is so hard a man must have 2 fathers to look after him, and that's why they have godfathers. Since Johnny's father died, Mr. Corleone feels his responsibility even more deeply. As for trying you again, Mr. Corleone is much too sensitive. He never asks a second favor where he has been refused the first." Woltz shrugged. "I'm sorry. The answer is still no. But since you're here, what will it cost me to have that labor trouble cleared up?" "In cash. Right now." That solved one puzzle for Hagen. Why Woltz was putting in so much time on him when he had already decided not to give Johnny the part. And that could not be changed at this meeting. Woltz felt secure. He was not afraid of the power of Don Corleone. And certainly Woltz, with his national political connections, his acquaintanceship with the FBI chief, his huge personal fortune and his absolute power in the film industry, could not feel threatened by Don Corleone. To any intelligent man, even to Hagen, it seemed that Woltz had correctly assessed his position. He was impregnable to the Don if he was willing to take the losses the labor struggle would cost. There was only one thing wrong with the whole equation. Don Corleone had promised his godson he would get the part, and Don Corleone had never, to Hagen's knowledge, broken his word in such matters. Hagen said quietly, "You are deliberately misunderstanding me. You are trying to make me an accomplice to extortion. Mr. Corleone promises only to speak in your favor on this labor trouble as a matter of friendship in return for your speaking in behalf of his client. A friendly exchange of influence, nothing more. But I can see you don't take me seriously. Personally, I think that is a mistake." Woltz, as if he had been waiting for such a moment, let himself get angry. Olive oil and sweet talk when what you're really doing is making threats. So let me lay it on the line. Johnny Fontaine will never get that part, and he's perfect for it. It would make him a great star. But he never will be, because I hate that pinko punk and I'm going to run him out of the movies. And I'll tell you why. He ruined one of my most valuable protégés. For 5 years I had this girl under training, singing, dancing, acting lessons. I spent hundreds of thousands of dollars. I was going to make her a star. I'll be even more frank, just to show you that I'm not a hard-hearted man, that it wasn't all dollars and cents. That girl was beautiful, and she was the greatest piece of ass I've ever had, and I've had them all over the world. She could suck you out like a water pump. Then Johnny comes along with that olive oil voice and guinea charm, and she runs off. She threw it all away just to make me ridiculous. A man in my position, Mr. Hagen, can't afford to look ridiculous. I have to pay Johnny off. For the first time, Woltz succeeded in astounding Hagen. He found it inconceivable that a grown man of substance would let such trivialities affect his judgment in an affair of business, and one of such importance. In Hagen's world, the Corleone's world, the physical beauty, the sexual power of women, carried not the slightest weight in worldly matters. It was a private affair, except, of course, in matters of marriage and family disgrace. Hagen decided to make one last try. "You are absolutely right, Mr. Woltz," Hagen said. "But are your grievances that major? I don't think you've understood how important this very small favor is to my client." Mr. Corleone held the infant Johnny in his arms when he was baptized. When Johnny's father died, Mr. Corleone assumed the duties of parenthood. Indeed, he is called Godfather by many, many people who wish to show their respect and gratitude for the help he has given them. Mr. Corleone never lets his friends down. Woltz stood up abruptly. "I've listened to about enough. Thugs don't give me orders, I give them orders. If I pick up this phone, you'll spend the night in jail. And if that mafia goomba tries any rough stuff, he'll find out I'm not a band leader." "Yeah, I heard that story too. Listen, your Mr. Corleone will never know what hit him. Even if I have to use my influence at the White House. The stupid, stupid son of a bitch. How the hell did he get to be a Pesanovante?" Hagen wondered. Advisor to the president, head of the biggest movie studio in the world. Definitely the Don should get into the movie business. "Thank you for the dinner and a pleasant evening," Hagen said. "Could you give me transportation to the airport? I don't think I'll spend the night." He smiled coldly at Woltz. Mr. Corleone is a man who insists on hearing bad news at once. While waiting in the floodlit colonnade of the mansion for his car, Hagen saw two women about to enter a long limousine already parked in the driveway. They were the beautiful 12-year-old blonde girl and her mother he had seen in Woltz's office that morning. But now the girl's exquisitely cut mouth seemed to have smeared into a thick, pink mass. Her sea blue eyes were filmed over, and when she walked down the steps toward the open car, her long legs tottered like a crippled foal's. Her mother supported the child, helping her into the car, hissing commands into her ear. The mother's head turned for a quick furtive look at Hagen, and he saw in her eyes a burning, hawk-like triumph. Then she too disappeared into the limousine. So that was why he hadn't got the plane ride from Los Angeles, Hagen thought. The girl and her mother had made the trip with the movie producer. That had given Woltz enough time to relax before dinner and do the job on the little kid. And Johnny wanted to live in this world. Good luck to him, and good luck to Woltz. Polygato hated quickie jobs, especially when they involved violence. He liked to plan things ahead. And something like tonight, even though it was punk stuff, could turn into serious business if somebody made a mistake. Now, sipping his beer, he glanced around, checking how the two young punks were making out with the two little tramps at the bar. Polygato knew everything there was to know about those two punks. Their names were Jerry Wagner and Kevin Moonen. They were both about 20 years old, good-looking, brown-haired, tall, well-built. Both were due to go back to college out of town in 2 weeks. Both had fathers with political influence, and this, with their college student classification, had so far kept them out of the draft. They were both also under suspended sentences for assaulting the daughter of Amerigo Bonacera. The lousy bastards, Polygato thought. Draft dodging, violating their probation by drinking in a bar after midnight, chasing floozies. Young punks. Polygato had been deferred from the draft himself because his doctor had furnished course, but Polygato felt that he had earned his draft exemption. It had been arranged by Clemenza after Gatto had made his bones in the family business. It was Clemenza who had told him that this job must be rushed through, before the boys went to college. Why the hell did it have to be done in New York, Gatto wondered. Clemenza was always giving extra orders instead of just giving out the job. Now if those two little tramps walked out with the punks, it would be another night wasted. He could hear one of the girls laughing and saying, "Are you crazy, Jerry? I'm not going in any car with you. I don't want to wind up in the hospital like that other poor girl." Her voice was spitefully rich with satisfaction. That was enough for Gatto. He finished up his beer and walked out into the dark street. Perfect. It was after midnight. There was only one other bar that showed light. The rest of the stores were closed. The precinct patrol car had been taken care of by Clemenza. They wouldn't be around that way until they got a radio call, and then they'd come slow. He leaned against the four-door Chevy sedan. In the back seat 2 men were sitting, almost invisible, although they were very big men. Polly said, "Take them when they come out." He still thought it had all been set up too fast. Clemenza had given him copies of the police mug shots of the two punks, the dope on where the punks went drinking every night to pick up bar girls. Polly had recruited 2 of the strong arms in the family and fingered the punks for them. He had also given them their instructions. No blows on the top or the back of the head, there was to be no accidental fatality. Other than that, they could go as far as they liked. He had given them only one warning. If those punks get out of the hospital in less than a month, you guys go back to driving trucks. The 2 big men were getting out of the car. They were both ex-boxers who had never made it past the small clubs and had been fixed up by Sonny Corleone with a little loan shark action so that they could make a decent living. They were, naturally, anxious to show their gratitude. When Jerry Wagner and Kevin Moonen came out of the bar, they were perfect setups. The bar girls' taunts had left their adolescent vanity prickly. Polygato, leaning against the fender of his car, called out to them with a teasing laugh, "Hey, Casanova, those broads really brushed you off." The 2 young men turned on him with delight. Polygato looked like a perfect outlet for their humiliation. Ferret-faced, short, slightly built, and a wise guy in the bargain. They pounced on him eagerly and immediately found their arms pinned by 2 men grabbing them from behind. At the same moment, Polygato had slipped onto his right hand a specially made set of brass knuckles studded with 1/16-inch iron spikes. His timing was good. He worked out in the gym 3 times a week. He smashed the punk named Wagner right on the nose. The man holding Wagner lifted him up off the ground, and Polly swung his arm, uppercutting into the perfectly positioned groin. Wagner went limp and the big man dropped him. This had taken no more than 6 seconds. Now both of them turned their attention to Kevin Moonen, who was trying to shout. The man holding him from behind did so easily with one huge muscled arm. The other hand he put around Moonen's throat to cut off any sound. Polygato jumped into the car and started the motor. The 2 big men were beating Moonen to jelly. They did so with frightening deliberation, as if they had all the time in the world. They did not throw punches in flurries but in timed, slow-motion sequences that carried the full weight of their massive bodies. Each blow landed with a splat of flesh splitting open. Gato got a glimpse of Moonan's face. It was unrecognizable. The two men left Moonan lying on the sidewalk and turned their attention to Wagner. Wagner was trying to get to his feet and he started to scream for help. Someone came out of the bar and the two men had to work faster now. They clubbed Wagner to his knees. One of the men took his arm and twisted it, then kicked him in the spine. There was a cracking sound and Wagner's scream of agony brought windows open all along the street. The two men worked very quickly. One of them held Wagner up by using his two hands around Wagner's head like a vice. The other man smashed his huge fist into the fixed target. There were more people coming out of the bar but none tried to interfere. Chapter 2 Tom Hagen went to his law office in the city on Thursday morning. He planned to catch up on his paperwork so as to have everything cleared away for the meeting with Virgil Sollozzo on Friday. A meeting of such importance that he had asked the Don for a full evening of talk to prepare for the proposition they knew Sollozzo would offer the family business. Hagen wanted to have all little details cleared away so that he could go to that preparatory meeting with an unencumbered mind. The Don had not seemed surprised when Hagen returned from California late Tuesday evening and told him the results of the negotiations with Woltz. He had made Hagen go over every detail and grimaced with distaste when Hagen told about the beautiful little girl and her mother. He had murmured infamita, his strongest disapproval. He had asked Hagen one final question. Does this man have real balls? Hagen considered exactly what the Don meant by this question. Over the years he had learned that the Don's values were so different from those of most people that his words also could have a different meaning. Did Woltz have character? Did he have a strong will? He most certainly did, but that was not what the Don was asking. Did the movie producer have the courage not to be bluffed? Did he have the willingness to suffer heavy financial loss? Delay on his movies would mean the scandal of his big star exposed as a user of heroin. Again the answer was yes. But again this was not what the Don meant. Finally Hagen translated the question properly in his mind. Did Jack Woltz have the balls to risk everything, to run the chance of losing all on a matter of principle, on a matter of honor, for revenge? Hagen smiled. He did it rarely but now he could not resist jesting with the Don. You're asking if he is a Sicilian. The Don nodded his head pleasantly, acknowledging the flattering witticism and its truth. No, Hagen said. That had been all. The Don had pondered the question until the next day. On Wednesday afternoon he had called Hagen to his home and given him his instructions. The instructions had consumed the rest of Hagen's working day and left him dazed with admiration. There was no question in his mind that the Don had solved the problem, that Woltz would call him this morning with the news that Johnny Fontane had the starring part in his new war movie. At that moment, Undertaker's voice was trembling with gratitude. He wanted Hagen to convey to the Don his undying friendship. The Don had only to call on him. He, Amerigo Bonacera, would lay down his life for the blessed Godfather. Hagen assured him that the Don would be told. The Daily News had carried a middle-page spread of Jerry Wagner and Kevin Moonan lying in the street. The photos were expertly gruesome. They seemed to be pulps of human beings. Miraculously, said the news, they were both still alive though they would both be in the hospital for months and would require plastic surgery. Hagen made a note to tell Clemenza that something should be done for Polly Gattu. He seemed to know his job. Hagen worked quickly and efficiently for the next 3 hours consolidating earning reports from the Don's real estate company, his olive oil importing business and his construction firm. None of them were doing well but with the war over they should all become rich producers. He had almost forgotten the Johnny Fontane problem when his secretary told him California was calling. He felt a little thrill of anticipation as he picked up the phone and said, "Hagen here." The voice that came over the phone was unrecognizable with hate and passion. "You fucking bastard," Woltz screamed. "I'll have you all in jail for 100 years. I'll spend every penny I have to get you. I'll get that Johnny Fontaine's balls cut off. Do you hear me, you guinea tuck? Hagen said kindly, I'm German-Irish. There was a long pause and then a click of the phone being hung up. Hagen smiled. Not once had Woltz uttered a threat against Don Corleone himself. Genius had its rewards. Jack Woltz always slept alone. He had a bed big enough for 10 people and a bedroom large enough for a movie ballroom scene, but he had slept alone since the death of his first wife 10 years before. This did not mean he no longer used women. He was physically a vigorous man despite his age, but he could be aroused now only by very young girls and had learned that a few hours in the evening were all the youth his body and his patience could tolerate. On this Thursday morning, for some reason, he awoke early. The light of dawn made his huge bedroom as misty as a foggy meadowland. Far down at the foot of his bed was a familiar shape. Great sledgehammer had struck him on the chest. His heartbeat jumped erratically and he became nauseous. His vomit spluttered on the thick bare rug. Severed from its body, the black silky head of the great horse cartoon was stuck fast in a thick cake of blood. White, reedy tendons showed. Froth covered the muzzle, and those apple-sized eyes that had glinted like gold were mottled the color of rotting fruit with dead, hemorrhaged blood. Woltz was struck by a purely animal terror, and out of that terror he screamed for his servants, and out of that terror he called Hagen to make his uncontrolled threats. His maniacal raving alarmed the butler, who called Woltz as personal physician and his second-in-command at the studio. But Woltz regained his senses before they arrived. He had been profoundly shocked. What kind of man could destroy an animal worth $600,000? Without a word of warning. Without any negotiation to have the act, its order, countermanded. The ruthlessness, the sheer disregard for any values, implied a man who considered himself completely his own law, even his own God. And a man who backed up this kind of will with the power and cunning that held his own stable security force of no account. For by this time Woltz had learned that the horse's body had obviously been heavily drugged before someone leisurely hacked the huge triangular head off with an axe. The men on night duty claimed that they had heard nothing. To Woltz this seemed impossible. They could be made to talk. They had been bought off, and they cool_che made to tell who had done the buying. Woltz was not a stupid man, he was merely a supremely egotistical one. He had mistaken the power he wielded in his world to be more potent than the power of Don Corleone. He had merely needed some proof that this was not true. He understood this message, that despite all his wealth, despite all his contacts with the President of the United States, despite all his claims of friendship with the director of the FBI, an obscure importer of Italian olive oil would have him killed. Would actually have him killed. Because he wouldn't give Johnny Fontaine a movie part he wanted. It was incredible. People didn't have any right to act that way. There couldn't be any kind of world if people acted that way. It was insane. It meant you couldn't do what you wanted with your own money, with the companies you owned, the power you had to give orders. It was 10 times worse than communism. It had to be smashed. It must never be allowed. Woltz let the doctor give him a very mild sedation, with which this man Corleone had ordered the destruction of a world-famous horse worth $600,000. $600,000. And that was just for openers. Woltz shuddered. He thought of this life he had built up. He was rich. He could have the most beautiful women in the world by crooking his finger and promising a contract. He was received by kings and queens. He lived a life as perfect as money and power could make it. It was crazy to risk all this because of a whim. Maybe he could get to Corleone. What was the legal penalty for killing a racehorse? He laughed wildly, and his doctor and servants watched him with nervous anxiety. Another thought occurred to him. He would be the laughingstock of California merely because someone had contemptuously defied his power in such arrogant fashion. That decided him. That and the thought that maybe they wouldn't kill him. That they had something much more clever and painful in reserve. Woltz gave the necessary orders. His personal confidential staff swung into action. The servants and the doctor were sworn to secrecy on pain of incurring the studio's and Woltz's undying enmity. Word was given to the press that the racehorse Khartoum had died of an illness contracted during his shipment from England. Orders were given to bury the remains in a secret place on the estate. 6 hours later, Johnny Fontaine received a phone call from the executive producer of the film telling him to report for work the following Monday. That evening, Hagen went to the Don's house to prepare him for the important meeting the next day with Virgil Sollozzo. The Don had summoned his eldest son to attend, and Sonny Corleone, his heavy Cupid-shaped face drawn with fatigue, was sipping at a glass of water. He must still be humping that maid of honor, Hagen thought. Another worry. Don Corleone settled into an armchair puffing his Di Nobili cigar. Hagen kept a box of them in his room. He had tried to get the Don to switch to Havanas, but the Don claimed they hurt his throat. "Do we know everything necessary for us to know?" the Don asked. Hagen opened the folder that held his notes. The notes were in no way incriminating, merely cryptic reminders to make sure he touched on every important detail. "Sollozzo is coming to us for help," Hagen said. "Much. Sollozzo is vouched for by the Tattaglia family and they may have a piece of the action. The action is narcotics. Sollozzo has the contacts in Turkey, where they grow the poppy. From there he ships to Sicily. No trouble. In Sicily he has the plant to process into heroin. He has safety valve operations to bring it down to morphine and bring it up to heroin if necessary. But it would seem that the processing plant in Sicily is protected in every way. The only hitch is bringing it into this country, and then distribution. Also initial capital. $1 million cash doesn't grow on trees." Hagen saw Don Corleone grimace. The old man hated unnecessary flourishes in business matters. He went on hastily. "They call Sollozzo the Turk. 2 reasons. He's spent a lot of time in Turkey and is supposed to have a Turkish wife and kids. Second, he's supposed to be very quick with the knife, when he was young. Only in matters of business, though, and with some sort of reasonable complaint. A very competent man and his own boss. He has a record. He's done 2 terms in prison, 1 in Italy, 1 in the United States, and he's known to the authorities as a narcotics man. This could be a plus for us. It means that he'll have ABLQ'd immunity to testify, since he's considered the top and, of course, because of his record. Also he has an American wife and 3 children and he is a good family man. He'll stand still for any rap as long as he knows that they will be well taken care of for living money." The Don puffed on his cigar and said, "Santino, what do you think?" Hagen knew what Sonny would say. Sonny was chafing at being under the Don's thumb. He wanted a big operation of his own. Something like this would be perfect. Sonny took a long slug of scotch. "There's a lot of money in that white powder," he said. "But it could be dangerous. Some people could wind up in jail for 20 years. I'd say that if we kept out of the operations end, just stuck to protection and financing, it might be a good idea." Hagen looked at Sonny approvingly. He had played his cards well. He had stuck to the obvious, much the best course for him. The Don puffed on his cigar. "And you, Tom, what do you think?" Hagen composed himself to be absolutely honest. He had already come to the conclusion that the Don would refuse Sollozzo's proposition. But what was worse, Hagen was convinced that for one of the few times in his experience, the Don had not thought things through. He was not looking far enough ahead. "Go ahead, Tom," the Don's consigliere always agrees with the boss. They all laughed. "I think you should say yes," Hagen said. "You know all the obvious reasons. But the most important one is this. There is more money potential in narcotics than in any other business. If we don't get into it, somebody else will, maybe the Tattaglia family. With the revenue they earn they can amass more and more police and political power. Their family will become stronger than ours. Eventually they will come after us to take away what we have. It's just like countries. If they arm, we have to arm. If they become stronger economically, they become a threat to us. Now we have the gambling and we have the unions, and right now they are the best things to have. But I think narcotics is the coming thing. I think we have to have a piece of that action or we risk everything we have. Not now, but maybe 10 years from now. The Don seemed enormously impressed. He puffed on his cigar and murmured, "That's the most important thing, of course." He sighed and got to his feet. "What time do I have to meet this infidel tomorrow?" Hagen said hopefully. "He'll be here at 10 in the morning." Maybe the Don would go for it. "I'll want you both here with me," the Don said. He rose, stretching, and took his son by the arm. "Santino, get some sleep tonight. You look like the devil himself. Take care of yourself, you won't be young forever." Sonny, encouraged by this sign of fatherly concern, asked the question Hagen did not dare to ask. "Pop, what's your answer going to be?" Don Corleone smiled. "How do I know until I hear the percentages and other details? Besides, I have to have time to think over the advice given here tonight. After all, I'm not a man who does things rashly." As he went out the door he said casually to Hagen, "Do you have in your notes that the Turk made his living from prostitution before the war? As the Tattaglia family does now. Write that down before you forget." There was just a touch of derision in the Don's voice and Hagen flushed. He had deliberately not mentioned it, legitimately so since it really had no bearing, but he had feared it might prejudice the Don's decision. He was notoriously straight-laced in matters of sex. Virgil the Turk Sollozzo was a powerfully built, medium-sized man of dark complexion who could have been taken for a true Turk. Dangerous-looking man except for Luca Brasi. There were polite handshakings all around. If the Don ever asks me if this man has balls, I would have to answer yes, Hagen thought. He had never seen such force in one man, not even the Don. In fact, the Don appeared at his worst. He was being a little too simple, a little too peasant-like in his greeting. Sollozzo came to the point immediately. The business was narcotics. Everything was set up. Certain poppy fields in Turkey had pledged him certain amounts every year. He had a protected plant in France to convert into morphine. He had an absolutely secure plant in Sicily to process into heroin. Smuggling into both countries was as positively safe as such matters could be. Entry into the United States would entail about 5% losses since the FBI itself was incorruptible, as they both knew. But the profits would be enormous, the risk non-existent. "Then why do you come to me?" the Don asked politely. "How have I deserved your generosity?" Sollozzo's dark face remained impassive. "I need $2 million cash," he said. "Equally important, I need a man who has powerful friends in the important places. Some of my couriers will be caught over the years. That is inevitable. They will all have clean records, that I promise. So it will be logical for judges to give light sentences. I need a friend who can guarantee that when my people get in trouble they won't spend more than a year or two in jail. Then they won't talk. But if they get 10 and 20 years, who knows? In this world there are many weak individuals. They may talk. They may jeopardize more important people. Legal protection is a must. I hear, Don Corleone, that you have as many judges in your pocket as a bootblack has pieces of silver." Don Corleone didn't bother to acknowledge the compliment. "What percentage for my family?" he asked. Sollozzo's eyes gleamed. 50%. He paused and then said in a voice that was almost a caress, "In the first year your share would be $3 or $4 million. Then it would go up." Don Corleone said, "And what is the percentage of the Tattaglia family?" For the first time Sollozzo seemed to be nervous. "They will receive something from my share." Sollozzo nodded. "If you think $2 million in cash is merely finance, I congratulate you, Don Corleone." The Don said quietly, "I consented to see you out of my respect for the Tattaglias and because I've heard you are a serious man to be treated also with respect. I must say no to you, but I must give you my reasons. The profits in your business are huge, but so are the risks. Your operation, if I were part of it, could damage my other interests. It's true I have many friends in politics, but they would not be so friendly if my business were narcotics instead of gambling. They think gambling is something like liquor, a harmless vice, and they think narcotics a dirty business. No, don't protest. I'm telling you their thoughts, not mine. How a man makes his living is not my concern. And what I am telling you is that this business of yours is too risky. All the members of my family have lived well the last 10 years, without danger, without harm. I can't endanger them or their livelihoods out of greed. The only sign of Sollozzo's disappointment was a quick flickering of his eyes around the room, as if he hoped Hagen or Sonny would speak in his support. Then he said, "Are you worried about security for your 2 million?" The Don smiled coldly. "No," he said. Sollozzo tried again. "The Tattaglia family will guarantee your investment also." It was then that Sonny Corleone made an unforgivable error in judgment and procedure. He said eagerly, "The Tattaglia family guarantees the return of our investment without any percentage from us." Hagen was horrified at this break. He saw the Don turn cold, malevolent eyes on his eldest son, who froze in uncomprehending dismay. Sollozzo's eyes flickered again, but this time with satisfaction. He had discovered a chink in the Don's fortress. When the Don spoke, his voice held a dismissal. "Young people are greedy," he said. "And today they have no manners. They interrupt their elders. They meddle. But I have a sentimental weakness for my children and I have spoiled them. As you see, Signor Sollozzo, my no is final. Let me say that I myself wish you good fortune in your business. It has no conflict with my own. I'm sorry that I had to disappoint you." Sollozzo bowed, shook the Don's hand and, "He's a Sicilian," Hagen said dryly. The Don nodded his head thoughtfully. Then he turned to his son and said gently, "Santino, never let anyone outside the family know what you are thinking. Never let them know what you have under your fingernails. I think your brain is going soft from all that comedy you play with that young girl. Stop it and pay attention to business. Now get out of my sight." Hagen saw the surprise on Sonny's face, then anger at his father's reproach. Did he really think the Don would be ignorant of his conquest, Hagen wondered. And did he really not know what a dangerous mistake he had made this morning? If that were true, Hagen would never wish to be the consigliere to the Don of Santino Corleone. Don Corleone waited until Sonny had left the room. Then he sank back into his leather armchair and motioned brusquely for a drink. Hagen poured him a glass of anisette. The Don looked up at him. "Send Luca Brasi to see me," he said. 3 months later, Hagen hurried through the paperwork in his city office, hoping to leave early enough for some Christmas shopping for his wife and children. He was interrupted by a phone call from a Johnny Fontaine bubbling with high spirits. The picture had been shot. The rushes, whatever the hell they were, Hagen thought, were fabulous. He was sending the Don a present for Christmas that would knock his eyes out. He'd bring it himself, but there were some little things to be done in the movie. He would have to stay out on the coast. Hagen tried to conceal his impatience. Johnny Fontaine's charm had always been lost on him. But his interest was aroused. "What is it?" he asked. Johnny Fontaine chuckled and said, "I can't tell, that's the best part of a Christmas present." Hagen immediately lost all interest and finally managed, politely, to hang up. 10 minutes later his secretary told him that Connie Corleone was on the phone and wanted to speak to him. Hagen sighed. As a young girl Connie had been nice. As a married woman she was a nuisance. She made complaints about her husband. She kept going home to visit her mother for 2 or 3 days. And Carlo Rizzi was turning out to be a real loser. He had been fixed up with a nice little business and was running it into the ground. He was also drinking, whoring around, gambling and beating his wife up occasionally. But the Christmas spirit seemed to have cheered her up. She just wanted to ask Hagen what her father would really like for Christmas. And Sonny and Fred and Mike. She already knew what she would get her mother. Hagen made some suggestions, all of which she rejected as silly. Finally she let him go. When the phone rang again, Hagen threw his papers back into the basket. The hell with it. He'd leave. It never occurred to him to refuse to take the call, however. When his secretary told him it was Michael Corleone, he picked up the phone with pleasure. He had always liked Mike. "Tom," Michael Corleone said, "I'm driving down to the city with Kay tomorrow. There's something important I want to tell the old man before Christmas. Will he be home tomorrow night?" "Sure," Hagen said. "He's not going out of town until after Christmas. Anything I can do for you?" Michael was as close-mouthed as his father. "No," he said. "I guess I'll see you Christmas. Everybody is going to be out at Long Beach, right?" "Right," Hagen said. He was amused when Mike hung up on him without any small talk. He told his secretary to call his wife and tell her he would be home a little late but to have some supper for him. Outside the building he walked briskly downtown toward Macy's. Someone stepped in his way. To his surprise he saw it was Sollozzo. Sollozzo took him by the arm and said quietly, "Don't be frightened. I just want to talk to you." A car parked at the curb suddenly had its door open. Sollozzo said urgently, "Get in, I want to talk to you." Hagen pulled his arm loose. He was still not alarmed, just irritated. "I haven't got time," he said. At that moment 2 men came up behind him. Hagen felt a sudden weakness in his legs. Sollozzo said softly, "Get in the car. If I wanted to kill you you'd be dead now. Trust me." Without a shred of trust Hagen got into the car. Michael Corleone had lied to Hagen. He was already in New York, and he had called from a room in the Hotel Pennsylvania less than 10 blocks away. When he hung up the phone, Kay Adams put out her cigarette and said, "Mike, what a good fibber you are. Tonight. Not in my father's house, not when we're not married." He put his arms around her and kissed her gently on the lips. Her mouth was sweet and he gently pulled her down on the bed. She closed her eyes, waiting for him to make love to her, and Michael felt an enormous happiness. He had spent the war years fighting in the Pacific, and on those bloody islands he had dreamed of a girl like Kay Adams. Of a beauty like hers. A fair and fragile body, milky-skinned and electrified by passion. She opened her eyes and then pulled his head down to kiss him. They made love until it was time for dinner in the theater. After dinner they walked past the brightly lit department stores full of holiday shoppers and Michael said to her, "What shall I get you for Christmas?" She pressed against him. "Just you," she said. "Do you think your father will approve of me?" Michael said gently, "That's not really the question. Will your parents approve of me?" Kay shrugged. "I don't care," she said. Michael said, "I even thought of changing my name, legally, but if something happened, that wouldn't really help." "You sure you want to be a Corleone?" He said it only half-jokingly. "Yes," she said without smiling. They pressed against each other. They had decided to get married during Christmas week, a quiet civil ceremony at City Hall with just 2 friends as witnesses. But Michael had insisted he must tell his father. He had explained that his father would not object in any way as long as it was not done in secrecy. Kay was doubtful. She said she could not tell her parents until after the marriage. "Of course they'll think I'm pregnant," she said. Michael grinned. "So will my parents," he said. What neither of them mentioned was the fact that Michael would have to cut his close ties with his family. They both understood that Michael had already done so to some extent, and yet they both felt guilty about this fact. They planned to finish college, seeing each other weekends and living together during summer vacations. It seemed like a happy life. The play was a musical called Carousel, and its sentimental story of a braggart thief made them smile at each other with amusement. When they came out of the theater it had turned cold. Kay snuggled up to him and said, "After we're married, will you beat me and then steal a star for a present?" Michael laughed. "I'm going to be a mathematics professor," he said. Then he asked, "Do you want something to eat before we go to the hotel?" Kay shook her head. She looked up at him meaningfully. Was touched by her eagerness to make love. He smiled down at her, and they kissed in the cold street. Michael felt hungry, and he decided to order sandwiches sent up to the room. In the hotel lobby Michael pushed Kay toward the newsstand and said, "Get the papers while I get the key." He had to wait in a small line. The hotel was still short of help despite the end of the war. Michael got his room key and looked around impatiently for Kay. She was standing by the newsstand, staring down at a newspaper she held in her hand. He walked toward her. She looked up at him. Her eyes were filled with tears. "Oh, Mike," she said. "Oh, Mike." He took the paper from her hands. The first thing he saw was a photo of his father lying in the street, his head in a pool of blood. A man was sitting on the curb weeping like a child. It was his brother Freddie. Michael Corleone felt his body turning to ice. There was no grief, no fear, just cold rage. He said to Kay, "Go up to the room." But he had to take her by the arm and led her into the elevator. They rode up together in silence. In their room, Michael sat down on the bed and opened the paper. The headlines said, "Vito Corleone shot. Alleged racket chief critically wounded. Operated on under heavy police guard. Bloody mob war feared." Michael felt the weakness in his legs. He said to Kay, "He's not dead, the bastards didn't kill him." He read the story again. His father had been shot at 5 in the afternoon. That meant that while he had been making love to Kay, having dinner, enjoying the theater, his father was near death. Michael felt sick with guilt. Kay said, "Shall we go down to the hospital now?" Michael shook his head. "Let me call the house first. The people who did this are crazy, and now that the old man's still alive they'll be desperate. Who the hell knows what they'll pull next?" Both phones in the Long Beach house were busy, and it was almost 20 minutes before Michael could get through. He heard Sonny's voice saying, "Yeah. Sonny, it is me," Michael said. He could hear the relief in Sonny's voice. "Jesus, kid, you had us worried. Where the hell are you? I've sent people to that hick town of yours to see what happened. Busy, I can't talk. Where are you?" "In New York," Michael said. "Didn't Tom tell you I was coming down?" Sonny's voice dropped a little. "They've snatched Tom. That's why I was worried about you. His wife is here. She don't know, and neither do the cops. I don't want them to know. The bastards who pulled this must be crazy. I want you to get out here right away and keep your mouth shut." Okay, Mike said. "Do you know who did it?" "Sure," Sonny said, "and as soon as Luca Brasi checks in they're gonna be dead meat. We still have all the horses. I'll be out in an hour," Mike said. In a cab. He hung up. The papers had been on the streets for over 3 hours. There must have been radio news reports. It was almost impossible that Luca hadn't heard the news. Thoughtfully, Michael pondered the question. Where was Luca Brasi? It was the same question that Hagen was asking himself at that moment. It was the same question that was worrying Sonny Corleone out in Long Beach. At 4:45 that afternoon, Don Corleone had finished checking the papers the office manager of his olive oil company had prepared for him. He put on his jacket and rapped his knuckles on his son Freddie's head to make him take his nose out of the afternoon newspaper. "Tell Gatto to get the car from the lot," he said. "I'll be ready to go home in a few minutes." Freddie grunted. "I'll have to get it myself. Polly called in sick this morning. Got a cold again." Don Corleone looked thoughtful for a moment. "That's the 3rd time this month. I think maybe you'd better get a healthier fellow for this job." "Tell Tom," Fred protested. "Polly's a good kid. If he says he's sick, he's sick. I don't mind getting the car." He left the office. Don Corleone watched out the window as his son crossed 9th Avenue to the parking lot. He stopped to call Hagen's office, but there was no answer. He called the house at Long Beach, but again there was no answer. Irritated, he looked out the window. His car was parked at the curb in front of his building. Freddie was leaning against the fender, arms folded, watching the throng of Christmas shoppers. Don Corleone put on his jacket. The office manager helped him with his overcoat. Don Corleone grunted his thanks and went out the door and started down the 2 flights of steps. Out in the street the early winter light was failing. Freddie leaned casually against the fender of the heavy Buick. When he saw his father come out of the building, Freddie went out into the street to the driver's side of the car and got in. Don Corleone was about to get in on the sidewalk side of the car when he hesitated and then turned back to the long open fruit stand near the corner. This had been his habit lately. He loved the big out-of-season fruits, yellow peaches and oranges, that glowed in their green boxes. The proprietor sprang to serve him. Don Corleone did not handle the fruit. He pointed. The fruit man disputed his decisions only once, to show him that one of his choices had a rotten underside. Don Corleone took the paper bag in his left hand and paid the man with a $5 bill. He took his change and, as he turned to go back to the waiting car, two men stepped from around the corner. Don Corleone knew immediately what was to happen. The two men wore black overcoats and black hats pulled low to prevent identification by witnesses. They had not expected Don Corleone's alert reaction. He dropped the bag of fruit and darted toward the parked car with startling quickness for a man of his bulk. At the same time he shouted, "Fredo, Fredo!" It was only then that the two men drew their guns and fired. The first bullet caught Don Corleone in the back. He felt the hammer shock of its impact but made his body move toward the car. The next two bullets hit him in the buttocks and sent him sprawling in the middle of the street. Meanwhile the two gunmen, careful not to slip on the rolling fruit, started to follow in order to finish him off. At that moment, perhaps no more than 5 seconds after the Don's call to his son, Federico Corleone appeared out of his car, looming over it. The gunman fired two more hasty shots at the Don lying in the gutter. One hit him in the fleshy part of his arm and the second hit him in the calf of his right leg. Though these wounds were the least serious, they bled profusely, forming small pools of blood beside his body. But by this time Don Corleone had lost consciousness. Freddie had heard his father shout, calling him by his childhood name, and then he had heard the first two loud reports. By the time he got out of the car he was in shock. He had not even drawn his gun. The two assassins could easily have shot him down. But they too panicked. They must have known the son was armed, and besides too much time had passed. They disappeared around the corner. Freddie still had not drawn his weapon. He seemed stunned. He stared down at his father's body lying face down on the tarred street, lying now in what seemed to him a blackish lake of blood. Freddie went into physical shock. People eddied out again and someone, seeing him start to sag, led him to the curbstone and made him sit down on it. A crowd gathered around Don Corleone's body, a circle that shattered when the first police car sirened a path through them. Directly behind the police was the Daily News radio car, and even before it stopped a photographer jumped out to snap pictures of the bleeding Don Corleone. A few moments later an ambulance arrived. The photographer turned his attention to Freddie Corleone, who was now weeping openly, and this was a curiously comical sight, because of his tough, cupid-featured face, heavy nose and thick mouth smeared with snot. Detectives were spreading through the crowd and more police cars were coming up. One detective knelt beside Freddie, questioning him, but Freddie was too deep in shock to answer. The detective reached inside Freddie's coat and lifted his wallet. He looked at the identification inside and whistled to his partner. In just a few seconds Freddie had been cut off from the crowd by a flock of plainclothesmen. The first detective found Freddie's gun in its shoulder holster and took it. Then they lifted Freddie off his feet and shoved him into an unmarked car. As that car pulled away it was followed by the Daily News radio car. The photographer was still snapping pictures of everybody and everything. In the half hour after the shooting of his father, Sonny Corleone received 5 phone calls in rapid succession. The first was from Detective John Phillips, who was on the family payroll and had been in the lead car of plainclothesmen at the scene of the shooting. The first thing he said to Sonny over the phone was, "Do you recognize my voice?" "Yeah," Sonny said. He was fresh from a nap, called to the phone by his wife. Phillips said quickly without preamble, "Somebody shot your father outside his place. 15 minutes ago. He's alive but hurt bad. They've taken him to French hospital. They got your brother Freddie down at the Chelsea precinct. You better get him a doctor when they turn him loose. I'm going down to the hospital now to help question your old man, if he can talk. I'll keep you posted." Across the table, Sunny's wife Sandra noticed that her husband, "What's the matter?" He waved at her impatiently to shut up, swung his body away so that his back was toward her and said into the phone, "You sure he's alive?" "Yeah, I'm sure," the detective said. "A lot of blood, but I think maybe he's not as bad as he looks." "Thanks," Sunny said. "Be home tomorrow morning 8 sharp. You got a grand coming." Sunny cradled the phone. He forced himself to sit still. He knew that his greatest weakness was his anger, and this was one time when anger could be fatal. The first thing to do was get Tom Hagen. But before he could pick up the phone, it rang. The call was from the bookmaker licensed by the family to operate in the district of the Don's office. The bookmaker had called to tell him that the Don had been killed, shot dead in the street. After a few questions to make sure that the bookmaker's informant had not been close to the body, Sunny dismissed the information as incorrect. Philip's dope would be more accurate. The phone rang almost immediately a third time. It was a reporter from the Daily News. As soon as he identified himself, Sonny Corleone hung up. He dialed Hagen's house and asked Hagen's wife, "Did Tom come home yet?" She said, no, that he was not due for another 20 minutes, but she expected him home for supper. "Have him call me," Sonny said. He tried to think things out. He tried to imagine how his father would react in a like situation. He had known immediately that this was an attack by Sollozzo, but Sollozzo would never have dared to eliminate so high-ranking a leader as the Don unless he was backed by other powerful people. The phone, ringing for the 4th time, interrupted his thoughts. The voice on the other end was very soft, very gentle. "Santino Corleone?" it asked. "Yeah," Sonny said. "We have Tom Hagen," the voice said. "In about 3 hours he'll be released with our proposition. Don't do anything rash until you've heard what he has to say. You can only cause a lot of trouble. What's done is done. Everybody has to be sensible now. Don't lose that famous temper of yours." The voice was slightly mocking. Sonny couldn't be sure, but it sounded like Sollozzo. He made his voice sound muted, depressed. "I'll wait," he said. He heard the receiver on the other end click. He looked at his heavy gold-banded wristwatch and noted the exact time of the call and jotted it down on the tablecloth. He sat at the kitchen table, frowning. His wife asked, "Sonny, what is it?" He told her calmly, "They shot the old man." When he saw the shock on his face, he said roughly, "Don't worry, he's not dead. And nothing else is going to happen." He did not tell her about Hagen. And then the phone rang for the 5th time. It was Clemenza. The fat man's voice came wheezing over the phone in grunt-like gasps. "You hear about your father?" he asked. "Yeah," Sonny said. "But he's not dead." There was a long pause over the phone and then Clemenza's voice came packed with emotion. "Thank God, thank God." Then anxiously, "You sure? I got word he was dead in the street." "He's alive," Sonny said. He was listening intently to every intonation in Clemenza's voice. The emotion had seemed genuine, but it was part of the fat man's profession to be a good actor. "You'll have to carry the ball, Sonny," Clemenza said. "What do you want me to do?" "Get over to my father's house," Sonny said. "Bring Polly Gat too." "That's all?" Clemenza asked. "Don't you want me to send some people to the hospital in your place?" "No, I just want you and Polly Gat too," Sonny said. There was a long pause. Clemenza was getting the message. To make it a little more natural, Sonny asked, "Where the hell was Polly anyway? What the hell was he doing?" There was no longer any wheezing on the other end of the line. Clemenza's voice was guarded. "Polly was sick. He had a cold, so he stayed home. He's been a little sick all winter." Sonny was instantly alert. How many times did he stay home the last couple of months? "Maybe 3 or 4 times, Clemenza said. "I always asked Freddie if he wanted another guy, but he said no. There's been no cause. The last 10 years things been smooth, you know." "Yeah," Sonny said. "I'll see you at my father's house. Be sure you bring Polly. Pick him up on your way over. I don't care how sick he is. You got that?" He slammed down the phone without waiting for an answer. His wife was weeping silently. He stared at her for a moment, then said in a harsh voice, "Any of our people call, tell them to get me in my father's house on his special phone. Anybody else call, you don't know nothing. If Tom's wife calls, tell her that Tom won't be home for a while, he's on business." He pondered for a moment. "A cup to me, get me on Pop's special phone, but don't call me unless it is really important. And don't worry." He went out of the house. Darkness had fallen and the December wind whipped through the mall. Sonny had no fear about stepping out into the night. All 8 houses were owned by Don Corleone. At the mouth of the mall, the 2 houses on either side were rented by family retainers with their own families and star boarders, single men who lived in the basement apartments. Of the remaining 6 houses that formed the rest of the half circle, 1 was inhabited by Tom Hagen and his family, his own, and the smallest and least ostentatious by the Don himself. The other 3 houses were given rent-free to retired friends of the Don with the understanding that they would be vacated whenever he requested. The harmless-looking mall was an impregnable fortress. All 8 houses were equipped with floodlights which bathed the grounds around them and made the mall impossible to lurk in. Sonny went across the street to his father's house and let himself inside with his own key. He yelled out, "Ma, where are you?" And his mother came out of the kitchen. Behind her rose the smell of frying peppers. Before she could say anything, Sonny took her by the arm and made her sit down. "I just got a call," he said. "Now don't get worried. Pop's in the hospital, he's hurt. Get dressed and get ready to get down there. I'll have a car and a driver for you in a little while." "Okay." His mother looked at him steadily for a moment and then asked in Italian, "Have they shot him?" Sonny nodded. His mother bowed her head for a moment. Then she went back into the kitchen. Sonny followed her. He watched her turn off the gas under the pan full of peppers and then go out and up to the bedroom. He took peppers from the pan and bread from the basket on the table and made a sloppy sandwich with hot olive oil dripping from his fingers. He went into the huge corner room that was his father's office and took the special phone from a locked cabinet box. The phone had been especially installed and was listed under a phony name and a phony address. The first person he called was Luca Brasi. There was no answer. Then he called the safety valve Caporegime in Brooklyn, a man of unquestioned loyalty to the Don. This man's name was Tessio. Sonny told him what had happened and what he wanted. Tessio was to recruit 50 absolutely reliable men. He was to send guards to the hospital. He was to send men out to Long Beach to work here. Tessio asked, "Did they get Clemenza too?" Sonny said, "I don't want to use Clemenza's people right now." Was Luca Brasi. Understood immediately. There was a pause, and then he said, "Excuse me, Sonny, I say this as your father would say it. Don't move too fast. I can't believe Clemenza would betray us." "Thanks," Sonny said. "I don't think so, but I have to be careful." Right, Tessio said. "Another thing," Sonny said. "My kid brother Mike goes to college in Hanover, New Hampshire. Get some people we know in Boston to go up and get him and bring him down here to the house until this blows over. I'll call him up so he'll expect them. Again, I'm just playing the percentages, just to make sure." "Okay," Tessio said, "I'll be over your father's house as soon as I get things rolling." "Okay. You know my boys, right?" "Yeah," Sonny said. He hung up. He went over to a small wall safe and unlocked it. From it he took an indexed book bound in blue leather. He opened it to the T's until he found the entry he was looking for. It read, "Ray Farrell $5,000 Christmas Eve." This was followed by a telephone number. Sonny dialed the number and said, "Farrell." The man on the other end answered, "Yes." Sonny said, "This is Santino Corleone. I want you to do me a favor and I want you to do it right away. I want you to check 2 phone numbers and give me all the calls they got and all the calls they made for the last 3 months." He gave Farrell the number of Polly Gatto's home and Clemenza's home. Then he said, "This is important. Get it to me before midnight and you'll have an extra very Merry Christmas." Before he settled back to think things out, he gave Luca Brasi's number one more call. Again there was no answer. This worried him, but he put it out of his mind. Luca would come to the house as soon as he heard the news. Sonny leaned back in the swivel chair. In an hour the house would be swarming with family people and he would have to tell them all what to do. And now that he finally had time to think, he realized how serious the situation was. It was the first challenge to the Corleone family and their power in 10 years. There was no doubt that Sollozzo was behind it, but he would never have dared attempt such a stroke unless he had support from at least one of the 5 great New York families. And that support must have come from the Tattaglias. Which meant a full-scale war or an immediate settlement on Sollozzo's terms. Chapter 3. Counting the driver. There were 4 men in the car with Hagen. They put him in the back seat, in the middle of the 2 men who had come up behind him in the street. Sollozzo sat up front. The man on Hagen's right reached over across his body and tilted Hagen's hat over his eyes so that he could not see. "Don't even move your pinky," he said. It was a short ride, not more than 20 minutes, and when they got out of the car Hagen could not recognize the neighborhood because darkness had fallen. They led him into a basement apartment and made him sit on a straight-backed kitchen chair. Sollozzo sat across the kitchen table from him. His dark face had a peculiarly vulturine look. "I don't want you to be afraid," he said. "I know you're not in the muscle end of the family. I want you to help the Corleones and I want you to help me." Hagen's hands were shaking as he put a cigarette in his mouth. One of the men brought a bottle of rye to the table and gave him a slug of it in a china coffee cup. Hagen drank the fiery liquid gratefully. It steadied his hands and took the weakness out of his legs. "Your boss is dead," Sollozzo said. He paused, surprised at the tears that sprang to Hagen's eyes. Then he went on. "We got him outside his office, in the street. As soon as I got the word, I picked you up. You have to make the peace between me and Sonny." Hagen didn't answer. He was surprised at his own grief. And the feeling of desolation mixed with his fear of death. Sollozzo was speaking again. "Sonny was hot for my deal. Right. You know it is the smart thing to do too. Narcotics is the coming thing. There's so much money in it that everybody can get rich just in a couple of years." The Don was an old, mustache Pete. His day was over, but he didn't know it. Now he's dead, nothing can bring him back. "I'm ready to make a new deal. I want you to talk Sonny into taking it." Hagen said, "You haven't got a chance. Sonny will come after you with everything he's got." Sollozzo said impatiently, "That's gonna be his first reaction. You have to talk some sense to him. The Tattaglia family stands behind me with all their people. The other New York families will go along with it, none of their affair, even the Don's oldest friends." Hagen stared down at his hands, not answering. Sollozzo went on persuasively. "The Don was slipping. In the old days I could never have gotten to him. The other families distrust him because he made you his consigliere and you're not even Italian, much less Sicilian. If it goes to all-out war the Corleone family will be smashed and everybody loses, me included. I need the family political contacts more than I need the money even. So talk to Sonny, talk to the Caporegimes. You'll save a lot of bloodshed." Hagen held out his china cup for more whiskey. "I'll try," he said. "But Sonny is strong-headed. And even Sonny won't be able to call off Luca. You have to worry about Luca. I'll have to worry about Luca if I go for your deal." Sollozzo said quietly, "I'll take care of Luca. You take care of Sonny and the other 2 kids. Listen, you can tell them that Freddie would have gotten it today with his old man, but my people had strict orders not to gun him. I didn't want any more hard feelings than necessary. You can tell them that Freddie is alive because of me." Finally Hagen's mind was working. For the first time he really believed that Sollozzo did not mean to kill him or hold him as a hostage. The sudden relief from fear that flooded his body made him flush with shame. Sollozzo watched him with a quiet understanding smile. Hagen began to think things out. If he did not agree to argue Sollozzo's case, he might be killed. But then he realized that Sollozzo expected him only to present it and present it properly, as he was bound to do as a responsible consigliere. And now, thinking about it, He also realized that Sollozzo was right. An unlimited war between the Tattaglias and the Corleones must be avoided at all costs. The Corleones must bury their dead and forget, make a deal. And then when the time was right they could move against Sollozzo. But glancing up, he realized that Sollozzo knew exactly what he was thinking. The Turk was smiling. And then it struck Hagen. What had happened to Luca Brasi that Sollozzo was so unconcerned? Had Luca made a deal? He remembered that on the night Don Corleone had refused Sollozzo, Luca had been summoned into the office for a private conference with the Don. But now was not the time to worry about such details. He had to get back to the safety of the Corleone family fortress in Long Beach. "I'll do my best," he said to Sollozzo. "A businessman and blood costs too much money." At that moment the phone rang and one of the men sitting behind Hagen went to answer it. He listened and then said curtly, "Okay, I'll tell him." He hung up the phone, went to Sollozzo's side and whispered in the Turk's ear. Hagen saw Sollozzo's face go pale, his eyes glitter with rage. He himself felt a thrill of fear. Sollozzo was looking at him speculatively and suddenly Hagen knew that he was no longer going to be set free. That something had happened that might mean his death. Sollozzo said, "The old man is still alive. 5 bullets in his Sicilian hide and he's still alive." Chapter 4. When Michael Corleone arrived at his father's house in Long Beach he found the narrow entrance mouth of the mall blocked off with a link chain. The mall itself was bright with the floodlights of all 8 houses, outlining at least 10 cars parked along the curving cement walk. 2 men he didn't know were leaning against the chain. One of them asked in a Brooklyn accent, "Who are you?" He told them. Another man came out of the nearest house and peered at his face. "That's the Don's kid," he said. "I'll bring him inside." Mike followed this man to his father's house, where 2 men at the door let him and his escort pass inside. The house seemed to be full of men he didn't know, until he went into the living room. There Michael saw Tom Hagen's wife, Teresa, sitting stiffly on the sofa, smoking a cigarette. On the coffee table in front of her was a glass of whiskey. On the other side of the sofa sat the bulky Clemenza. The Caporegime's face was impassive, but he was sweating and the cigar in his hand glistened slickly black with his saliva. Clemenza came to wring his hand in a consoling way, muttering, "Your mother is at the hospital with your father, he's going to be all right." Polly Gatto stood up to shake hands. Michael looked at him curiously. He knew Polly was his father's bodyguard but did not know that Polly had stayed home sick that day. But he sensed tension in the thin dark face. He knew Gatto's reputation as an up-and-coming man, a very quick man who knew how to get delicate jobs done without complications, and today he had failed in his duty. He noticed several other men in the corners of the room but he did not recognize them. They were not of Clemenza's people. Michael put these facts together and understood. Clemenza and Gatto were suspect. Thinking that Polly had been at the scene, he asked the ferret-faced young man, "How is Freddie?" "He okay. The doctor gave him a shot," Clemenza said. "He's sleeping." Michael went to Hagen's wife and bent down to kiss her cheek. They had always liked each other. He whispered, "Don't worry, Tom will be okay. Have you talked to Sonny yet?" Teresa clung to him for a moment and shook her head. She was a delicate, very pretty woman, more American than Italian, and very scared. He took her hand and lifted. Sonny was sprawled out in his chair behind the desk holding a yellow pad in one hand and a pencil in the other. The only other man in the room with him was the Caporegime Tessio, whom Michael recognized and immediately realized that it must be his men who were in the house and forming the new palace guard. He too had a pencil and pad in his hands. When Sonny saw them he came from behind his desk and took Hagen's wife in his arms. "Don't worry, Teresa," he said. "Tom's okay. They just want to give him the proposition. They said they'd turn him loose. He's not on the operating end, he's just our lawyer. There's no reason for anybody to do him harm." He released Teresa and then to Michael's surprise he too got a hug and a kiss on the cheek. He pushed Sonny away and said grinning, "After I get used to you beating me up I gotta put up with this." They had often fought when they were younger. Sunny shrugged. Listen, kid, I was worried when I couldn't get a hold of you in that hick town. Not that I gave a crap if they knocked you off, but I didn't like the idea of bringing the news to the old lady. I had to tell her about Pop. How'd she take it? Michael asked. Good, Sunny said. She's been through it before. Me too. You were too young to know about it, and then things got pretty smooth while you were growing up. He paused and then said, she's down at the hospital with the old man. He's gonna pull through. How about us going down? Michael asked. Sunny shook his head and said dryly, I can't leave this house until it is all over. The phone rang. Sunny picked it up and listened intently. While he was listening, Michael sauntered over to the desk and glanced down at the yellow pad Sunny had been writing on. There was a list of 7 names. The first 3 were Salazzo, Philip Tattaglia, and John Tattaglia. It struck Michael with full force that he had interrupted Sunny and Tessio as they were making up a list of men to be killed. When Sunny hung up the phone, he said to Teresa Hagen and Michael, can you two wait outside? I got some business with Tessio we have to fin room. I'll come out as soon as I hear something. He shut the door behind her. Michael had sat down in one of the big leather armchairs. Sunny gave him a quick sharp look and then went to sit down behind the desk. You hang around me, Mike, he said, you're gonna hear things you don't want to hear. Michael lit a cigarette. I can help out, he said. No, you can't, Sunny said. The old man would be sore as hell if I let you get mixed up in this. Michael stood up and yelled. You lousy bastard, he's my father. I'm not supposed to help him. I can help. I don't have to go out and kill people, but I can help. Stop treating me like a kid brother. I was in the war. I got shot, remember? I killed some Japs. What the hell do you think'll do when you knock somebody off? Faint. Sunny grinned at him. Pretty soon you'll want me to put up my dukes. Okay, stick around, you can handle the phone. He turned to Tessio. That call I just got gave me dope we needed. He turned to Michael. Somebody had to finger the old man. It could have been Clemenza, it could have been Polly Gattu, who was very conveniently sick today. I know the answer now. Let's see how smart you are, Mike, you're the college boy. Who sold out to Salazzo? Michael sat down again and relaxed back into the leather armchair. He thought everything over very carefully. Clemenza was a caporegime in the Corleone family structure. Don Corleone had made him a millionaire and they had been intimate friends for over 20 years. He held one of the most powerful posts in the organization. What could Clemenza gain for betraying his Don? More money. He was rich enough, but then men are always greedy. More power. Revenge for some fancied insult or slight. That Hagen had been made the consigliere. Or perhaps a businessman's conviction that Salazzo would win out. No, it was impossible for Clemenza to be a traitor, and then Michael thought sadly it was only impossible because he didn't want Clemenza to die. The fat man had always brought him gifts when he was growing up, had sometimes taken him on outings when the Don had been too busy. He could not believe that Clemenza was guilty of treachery. But, on the other hand, Salazzo would want Clemenza in his pocket more than any other man in the Corleone family. Michael thought about Polly Gattu. Polly as yet had not become rich. He was well thought of, his rise in the organization was certain, but he would have to put in his time like everybody else. Also he would have wilder dreams of power, as the young always do. It had to be Polly. And then Michael remembered that in the 6th grade he and Polly had been in the same class in school and he didn't want it to be Polly either. He shook his head. Neither one of them, he said. But he said it only because Sunny had said he had the answer. If it had been a vote, he would have voted Polly guilty. Sunny was smiling at him. Don't worry, he said. Clemenza is okay. It's Polly. Michael could see that Tessio was relieved. As a fellow caporegime, his sympathy would be with Clemenza. Also, the present situation was not so serious if treachery did not reach so high. Tessio said cautiously, then I can send my people home tomorrow. Sunny said, the day after tomorrow. I don't want anybody to know about this until then. Listen, I want to talk some family business with my brother, personal. Wait out in the living room, EH. We can finish our list later. You and Clemenza will work together on it. Sure, Tessio said. He went out. How do you know for sure it is Polly? Michael asked. Sonny said, we have people in the telephone company and they track down all of Polly's phone calls in and out. Clemenza's too. On the 3 days Polly was sick this month he got a call from a street booth across from the old man's building. Today too. They were checking to see if Polly was coming down or somebody was being sent down to take his place. Or for some other reason. It doesn't matter. Sonny shrugged. Thank God it was Polly. We'll need Clemenza bad. Michael asked hesitantly, is it going to be an all-out war? Sonny's eyes were hard. That's how I'm going to play it as soon as Tom checks in. Until the old man tells me different. Michael asked, so why don't you wait until the old man can tell you? Sonny looked at him curiously. How the hell did you win those combat medals? We are under the gun, man, we gotta fight. I'm just afraid they won't let Tom go. Michael was surprised at this. Why not? Again Sonny's voice was patient. They snatched Tom because they figured the old man was finished and they could make a deal with me and Tom would be the sit-down guy in the With the old man alive they know I can't make a deal so Tom's no good to them. They can turn him loose or dump him, depending how Sollozzo feels. If they dump him, it would be just to show us they really mean business, trying to bulldoze us. Michael said quietly, what made Sollozzo think he could get a deal with you? Sonny flushed and he didn't answer for a moment. Then he said, we had a meeting a few months ago, Sollozzo came to us with a proposition on drugs. The old man turned him down. But during the meeting I shot off my mouth a little, I showed I wanted the deal. Which is absolutely the wrong thing to do. If there's one thing the old man hammered into me it is never to do a thing like that, to let other people know there's a split of opinion in the family. So Sollozzo figures he gets rid of the old man, I have to go in with him on the drugs. With the old man gone, the family power is cut at least in half. I would be fighting for my life anyway to keep all the businesses the old man got together. Drugs are the coming thing, we should get into it. And his knocking off the old man is purely business, nothing personal. As a matter of business I would go in with him. Of course he would never let me get too close, he'd make sure I'd never get a clean shot at him, just in case. But he also knows that once I accepted the deal the other families would never let me start a war a couple of years later just for revenge. Also, the Tattaglia family is behind him. If they had gotten the old man, what would you have done? Michael asked. Sonny said very simply, Sollozzo is dead meat. I don't care what it costs. I don't care if we have to fight all the 5 families in New York. The Tattaglia family is going to be wiped out. I don't care if we all go down together. Michael said softly, that's not how Pop would have played it. Sonny made a violent gesture. I know I'm not the man he was. But I'll tell you this and he'll tell you too. When it comes to real action I can operate as good as anybody, short range. Sollozzo knows that and so do Clemenza and Tessio. I made my bones when I was 19, the last time the family had a war, and I was a big help to the old man. So I'm not worried now. And our family has all the horses in a deal like this. Sonny nodded. He's in a class by himself. I'm going to send him after the 3 Tattaglias. I'll get Sollozzo myself. Michael shifted uneasily in his chair. He looked at his older brother. He remembered Sonny as being sometimes casually brutal but essentially warm-hearted. A nice guy. It seemed unnatural to hear him talking this way. It was chilling to see the list of names he had scribbled down, meant to be executed, as if he were some newly crowned Roman emperor. He was glad that he was not truly part of all this, that now his father lived he did not have to involve himself in vengeance. He'd help out, answering the phone, running errands and messages. Sonny and the old man could take care of themselves, especially with Luca behind them. At that moment they heard a woman scream in the living room. Oh, Christ, Michael thought. It sounded like Tom's wife. He rushed to the door and opened it. Everybody in the living room was standing. And by the sofa Tom Hagen was holding Teresa close to him, his face embarrassed. Teresa was weeping and sobbing, and Michael realized that the scream he had heard had been her calling out her husband's name with joy. As he watched, Tom Hagen disentangled himself from his wife's arms and lowered her back onto the sofa. He smiled at Michael grimly. Glad to see you, Mike, really glad. He strode into the office without another look at his still sobbing wife. He hadn't lived with the Corleone family 10 years for nothing, Michael thought with a queer flush of pride. Some of the old man had rubbed off on him, as it had on Sonny, and he thought. Chapter 5. It was nearly 4 o'clock in the morning as they all sat in the corner room office, Sonny, Michael, Tom Hagen, Clemenza and Tessio. Teresa Hagen had been persuaded to go to her own home next door. Polly Gatto was still waiting in the living room, not knowing that Tessio's men had been instructed not to let him leave or let him out of their sight. Tom Hagen relayed the deal Sollozzo offered. He told how after Sollozzo had learned the Don still lived, it was obvious that he meant to kill Hagen. Hagen grinned. If I ever pled before the Supreme Court, I'll never plead better than I did with that goddamn Turk tonight. I told him I'd talk the family into the deal even though the Don was alive. I told him I could wrap you around my finger, Sonny. How we were buddies as kids. And don't get sore, but I let him get the idea that maybe you weren't too sorry about getting the old man's job, God forgive me. He smiled apologetically at Sonny, who made a gesture signifying that he understood, that it was of no consequence. Michael, leaning back in his armchair with the phone at his right hand, studied both men. When Hagen had entered the room, Sonny had come rushing to embrace him. Michael realized with a faint twinge of jealousy that in many ways Sonny and Tom Hagen were closer than he himself could ever be to his own brother. Let's get down to business, Sonny said. We have to make plans. Take a look at this list me and Tessio made up. Tessio, give Clemenza your copy. If we make plans, Michael said, Freddy should be here. Sonny said grimly, Freddy is no use to us. The doctor says he's in shock so bad he has to have complete rest. I don't understand that. Freddy was always a pretty tough guy. I guess seeing the old man gunned down was hard on him. He always thought the Don was God. He wasn't like you and me, Mike. Hagen said quickly, okay, leave Freddy out. Leave him out of everything, absolutely everything. Now, Sonny, until this is all over I think you should stay in the house. I mean never leave it. You're safe here. Don't underrate Sollozzo. He's got to be a Pesanovante, a real .90 caliber. Is the hosp really taking this personal? The Don would consider it a purely business dispute. Sollozzo is the key. Get rid of Sollozzo and everything falls in line. You don't have to go after the Tattaglias. Sonny looked at his two Caporegimes. Tessio shrugged. It's tricky, he said. Clemenza didn't answer at all. Sonny said to Clemenza, one thing we can take care of without discussion. I don't want Polly around here anymore. Make that first on your list. The fat Caporegime nodded. Hagen said, what about Luca? Sollozzo didn't seem worried about Luca. That worries me. If Luca sold us out, we're in real trouble. That's the first thing we have to know. Has anybody been able to get in touch with him? No, Sonny said. I've been calling him all night. Maybe he's shacked up. No, Hagen said. He never sleeps over with a broad. He always goes home when he's through. Mike, keep ringing his number until you get an answer. Michael dutifully lifted up the phone and dialed. He could hear the phone ringing on the other end but no one answered. Finally he hung up. Keep trying every 15 minutes, Hagen said. Sonny said impatiently, okay, Tom, you're the consigliere, how about some advice? What the hell do you think we should do? Hagen helped himself to the whiskey bottle on the desk. We negotiate with Sollozzo until your father is in shape to take charge. We might even make a deal if we have to. When your father gets out of bed he can settle the whole business without a fuss and all the families will go along with him. Sonny said angrily, "You think I can't handle this guy Sollozzo?" Tom Hagen looked him directly in the eye. "Sonny, sure you can outfight him. The Corleone family has the power. You have Clemenza and Tessio here and they can muster 1,000 men if it comes to an all-out war. But at the end there will be a shambles over the whole East Coast and all the other families will blame the Corleones. We'll make a lot of enemies. And that's something your father never believed in." Michael, watching Sonny, thought he took this well. But then Sonny said to Hagen, "What if the old man dies? What do you advise then, consigliere?" Hagen said quietly, "I know you won't do. Without your father, the other New York families might wind up supporting the Tattaglias and Sollozzo just to make sure there isn't a long destructive war. If your father dies, make the deal. Then wait and see." Sonny was white-faced with anger. "That's easy for you to say. It is not your father they killed." Hagen said quickly and proudly, "I was as good a son to him as you or Mike, maybe better. I'm giving you a professional opinion. Personally I want to kill all those bastards." The emotion in his voice shamed Sonny, who said, "Oh, Christ, Tom, I didn't mean it that way." But he had, really. Blood was blood and nothing else was its equal. Sonny brooded for a moment as the others waited in embarrassed silence. Then he sighed and spoke quietly. "Okay, we'll sit tight until the old man can give us the lead. But, Tom, I want you to stay inside the mall, too. Don't take any chances. Mike, you be careful, though I don't think even Sollozzo would bring personal family into the war. Everybody would be against him then. But be careful, Tessio, you hold your people in reserve but have them nosing around the city. Clemenza, after you settle the Poligato thing, you move your men into the house and the mall to replace Tessio's people. Tessio, you keep your men at the hospital, though. Tom, start negotiation over the phone or by messenger with Sollozzo and the Tattaglias the first thing in the morning. Mike, tomorrow you take a couple of Clemenza's people and go to Luca's house and wait for him to show up or find out where the hell he is. That crazy bastard might be going after Sollozzo right now if he's heard the news. I can't believe he'd ever go against his Don, no matter what the Turk offered him." Hagen said reluctantly, "Maybe Mike shouldn't get mixed up in this so directly." "Right," Sonny said. "Forget that, Mike. Anyway, I need you on the phone here in the house, that's more important." Michael didn't say anything. He felt awkward, almost ashamed, and he noticed Clemenza and Tessio with faces so carefully impassive that he was sure that they were hiding their contempt. He picked up the phone and dialed Luca Chapter 6. Peter Clemenza slept badly that night. In the morning he got up early and made his own breakfast of a glass of grappa, a thick slice of Genoa salami with a chunk of fresh Italian bread that was still delivered to his door as in the old days. Then he drank a great, plain china mug filled with hot coffee that had been lashed with anisette. But as he padded about the house in his old bathrobe and red felt slippers he pondered on the day's work that lay ahead of him. Last night Sonny Corleone had made it very clear that Poligato was to be taken care of immediately. It had to be today. Clemenza was troubled, not because Gatto had been his protégé and had turned traitor. This did not reflect on the Caporegime's judgment. After all, Polly's background had been perfect. He came from a Sicilian family, he had grown up in the same neighborhood as the Corleone children, had indeed even gone to school with one of the sons. He had been brought up through each level in the proper manner. He had been tested and not found wanting. And then after he had made his bones he had received a good living from the family, a percentage of an East Side book and a union payroll slot. Clemenza had not been unaware that Poligato supplemented his income with freelance stick-ups, strictly against the family rules, but even this was a sign of the man's worth. The breaking of such regulations was considered a sign of high-spiritedness, like that shown by a fine racing horse fighting the reins. And Polly had never caused trouble with his stick-ups. They had always been meticulously planned and carried out with the minimum of fuss and trouble, with no one ever getting hurt. A $3,000 Manhattan Garment Center payroll, a small Chinaware factory payroll in the slums of Brooklyn. After all, a young man could always use some extra pocket money. It was all in the pattern. Who could ever foretell that Polly Gatto would turn traitor? What was troubling Peter Clemenza this morning was an administrative problem. The actual execution of Gatto was a cut-and-dried chore. The problem was, who should the Caporegime bring up from the ranks to replace Gatto in the family? It was an important promotion, that to button man, one not to be handed out lightly. The man had several times spoken to the Don about better rewards for the all-important button man who was first in the front line when trouble arose, but the Don had put him off. If Polly had been making more money, he might have been able to resist the blandishments of the wily Turk, Sollozzo. Clemenza finally narrowed down the list of candidates to 3 men. The first was an enforcer who worked with the colored policy bankers in Harlem, a big brawny brute of a man of great physical strength, a man with a great deal of personal charm who could get along with people and yet when necessary make them go in fear of him. But Clemenza scratched him off the list after considering his name for a half hour. This man got along too well with the black people, which hinted at some flaw of character. Also, he would be too hard to replace in the position he now held. The second name Clemenza considered and almost settled on was a hard-working chap who served faithfully and well in the organization. This man was the collector of delinquent accounts for family-licensed Shylocks in Manhattan. He had started off as a bookmaker's runner. But he was not quite yet ready for such an important promotion. Finally he settled on Rocco Lampone. Lampone had served a short but impressive apprenticeship in the family. During the war he had been wounded in Africa and been discharged in 1943. Because of the shortage of young men, Clemenza had taken him on even though Lampone was partially incapacitated by his injuries and walked with a pronounced limp. Clemenza had used him as a black market contact in the garment center and with government employees controlling OPE food stamps. From that, Lampone had graduated to troubleshooter for the whole operation. What Clemenza liked about him was his good judgment. He knew that there was no percentage in being tough about something that would only cost a heavy fine or 6 months in jail, small prices to pay for the enormous profits earned. He had the good sense to know that it was not an area for heavy threats but light ones. He kept the whole operation in a minor key, which was exactly what was needed. Clemenza felt the relief of a conscientious administrator who has solved a knotty personnel problem. Yes, it would be Rocco Lampone who would assist. For Clemenza planned to handle this job himself, not only to help a new, inexperienced man make his bones, but he had betrayed his padrone, Peter Clemenza. This lack of respect had to be repaid. Everything else was arranged. Polly Gatto had been instructed to pick him up at 3 in the afternoon, and to pick him up with his own car, nothing hot. Now Clemenza took up the telephone and dialed Rocco Lampone's number. He did not identify himself. He simply said, "Come to my house, I have an errand for you." He was pleased to note that despite the early hour, Lampone's voice was not surprised or dazed with sleep and he simply said, "Okay. Good man." Clemenza added, "No rush, have your breakfast and lunch first before you come see me. But not later than 2 in the afternoon." There was another laconic okay on the other end and Clemenza hung up the phone. He had already alerted his people about replacing Caporegime Tessio's people in the Corleone Mall, so that was done. He had capable subordinates and never interfered in a mechanical operation of that kind. He decided to wash his Cadillac. He loved the car. It gave him such a quiet, peaceful ride, and its upholstery was so rich that he sometimes sat in it for an hour when the weather was good because it was more pleasant than sitting in the house. And it always helped him think when he was grooming the car. He remembered his father in Italy doing the same thing with donkeys. Clemenza worked inside the heated garage. He hated cold. He ran over his plans. You had to be careful with Polly. The man was like a rat, he could smell danger. And now of course despite being so tough he must be shitting in his pants because the old man was still alive. He'd be as skittish as a donkey with ants up his ass. But Clemenza was accustomed to these circumstances, usual in his work. First, he had to have a good excuse for Rocco to accompany them. Second, he had to have a plausible mission for the three of them to go on. Of course, strictly speaking, this was not necessary. Gatto could be killed without any of these frills. He was locked in, he could not run away. But Clemenza felt strongly that it was important to keep good working habits and never give away a fraction of a percentage point. You never could tell what might happen, and these matters were, after all, questions of life and death. As he washed his baby blue Cadillac, Peter Clemenza pondered and rehearsed his lines, the expressions of his face. He would be curt with Polly, as if displeased with him. With a man so sensitive and suspicious as Gatto, this would throw him off the track, or find that most alarming, especially since Lampone had to be in the rear seat. Polly wouldn't like being helpless at the wheel with Lampone behind his head. Clemenza rubbed and polished the metal of his Cadillac furiously. It was going to be tricky. Very tricky. For a moment he debated whether to recruit another man, but decided against it. Here he followed basic reasoning. In years to come, a situation might arise where it might be profitable for one of his partners to testify against him. If there were just one accomplice, it was one's word against the other. But the word of a second accomplice could swing the balance. No, they would stick to procedure. What annoyed Clemenza was that the execution had to be public. That is, the body was to be found. He would have much preferred having it disappear. Usual burying grounds were the nearby ocean or the swamplands of New Jersey, on land owned by friends of the family or by other more complicated methods. But it had to be public so that embryo traders would be frightened and the enemy warned that the Corleone family had by no means gone stupid or soft. Sollozzo would be made wary by this quick discovery of his spy. The Corleone family would win back some of its prestige. It had been made to look foolish by the shooting of the old man. Clemenza sighed. The Cadillac gleamed like a huge blue steel egg, and he was nowhere near the solving of his problem. Then the solution hit him, logical and to the point. It would explain Rocco Lampone, himself and Polly being together, and give them a mission of sufficient secrecy and importance. He would tell Polly that their job today was to find an apartment in case the family decided to go to the mattresses. Whenever a war between the families became bitterly intense, the opponents would set up headquarters in secret apartments where the soldiers could sleep on mattresses scattered through the rooms. This was not so much to keep their families out of danger, their wives and little children, since any attack on noncombatants was undreamed of. All parties were too vulnerable to similar retaliation. But it was always smarter to live in some secret place where your everyday movements could not be charted either by your opponents or by some police who might arbitrarily decide to meddle. And so usually a trusted caporegime would be sent out to rent a secret apartment and fill it with mattresses. That apartment would be used as a sally port into the city when and off, Clemenza thought with a grin. Gatto had proved he was greedy, and the first thought that would pop into his head was how much he could get from Sollozzo for this valuable intelligence. Rocco Lampone arrived early and Clemenza explained what had to be done and what their roles would be. Lampone's face lit up with surprised gratitude and he thanked Clemenza respectfully for the promotion, allowing him to serve the family. Clemenza was sure he had done well. He clapped Lampone on the shoulder and said, "You'll get something better for your living after today. We'll talk about that later. You understand the family now is occupied with more critical matters, more important things to do." Lampone made a gesture that said he would be patient, knowing his reward was certain. Clemenza went to his den's safe and opened it. He took out a gun and gave it to Lampone. "Use this one," he said. "They can never trace it. Leave it in the car with Polly. When this job is finished, I want you to take your wife and children on a vacation to Florida. Use your own money now and I'll pay you back later. Relax, get the sun. Use the family hotel in Miami Beach so I'll know where I can get you when I want." Clemenza's wife knocked on the door of the den to tell them that Gatto had arrived. He was parked in the driveway. Clemenza led the way through the garage and Lampone followed him. When Clemenza got into the front seat with Gatto, he merely grunted in greeting, an exasperated look on his face. He looked at his wristwatch as if he expected to find that Gatto was late. The ferret-faced button man was watching him intently, looking for a clue. He flinched a little when Lampone got into the rear seat behind him and said, "Rocco, sit on the other side. A big guy like you blocks up my rear view mirror." Lampone shifted dutifully so that he was sitting behind Clemenza, as if such a request was the most natural thing in the world. Clemenza said sourly to Gatto, "Damn that Sonny, he's running scared. He's already thinking of going to the mattresses. We have to find a place on the west side. Polly, you and Rocco gotta staff and supply it until the word comes down for the rest of the soldiers to use it. You know a good location." As he had expected, Gatto's eyes became greedily interested. Polly had swallowed the bait, and because he was thinking how expressway and then continued on to the Whitestone Bridge and through the Bronx to his home in Manhattan. Clemenza grunted. "Drive while you think. I want to get to New York today." Polly was an expert driver, and traffic going into the city was light at this time in the afternoon, so the early winter darkness was just beginning to fall when they arrived. There was no small talk in the car. Clemenza directed Polly to drive up to the Washington Heights section. He checked a few apartment buildings and told him to park near Arthur Avenue and wait. He also left Rocco Lampone in the car. He went into the Vera Mario restaurant and had a light dinner of veal and salad, nodding his hellos to some acquaintances. After an hour had gone by, he walked the several blocks to where the car was parked and entered it. Gatto and Lampone were still waiting. "Shit," Clemenza said, "they want us back in Long Beach. They got some other job for us now. Sonny says we can let this one go until later. Rocco, you live in the city, can we drop you off?" Rocco said quietly, "I have my car out at your place and my old lady needs it first thing in the morning." "That's right," Clemenza said. "Then you have to come back with us, after all." Again on the ride back to Long Beach nothing was said. On the stretch of road that led into the city, Clemenza said suddenly, "Polly, pull over, I gotta take a leak." From working together so long, Gatto knew the fat Caporegime had a weak bladder. He had often made such a request. Gatto pulled the car off the highway onto the soft earth that led to the swamp. Clemenza climbed out of the car and took a few steps into the bushes. He actually relieved himself. Then as he opened the door to get back into the car, he took a quick look up and down the highway. There were no lights, the road was completely dark. "Go ahead," Clemenza said. A second later the interior of the car reverberated with the report of a gun. Polly Gatto seemed to jump forward, his body flinging against the steering wheel and then slumping over to the seat. Clemenza had stepped back hastily to avoid being hit with fragments of skull bone and blood. Rocco Lampone scrambled out of the back seat. He still held the gun and he threw it into the swamp. He and Clemenza walked hastily to a car parked nearby and got in. Lampone reached underneath the seat and found the key that had been left for them. Chapter 7. On the night before the shooting of Don Corleone, his strongest and most loyal and most feared retainer prepared to meet with the enemy. Luca Brasi had made contact with the forces of Sollozzo several months before. He had done so on the orders of Don Corleone himself. He had done so by frequenting the nightclubs controlled by the Tattaglia family and by taking up with one of their top call girls. In bed with this call girl he grumbled about how he was held down in the Corleone family, how his worth was not recognized. After a week of this affair with the call girl, Luca was approached by Bruno Tattaglia, manager of the nightclub. Bruno was the youngest son, and ostensibly not connected with the family business of prostitution. But his famous nightclub with its dancing line of long-stemmed beauties was the finishing school for many of the city hookers. The first meeting was all above board, Tattaglia offering him a job to work in the family business as enforcer. The flirtation went on for nearly a month. Luca played his role of man infatuated with a young beautiful girl, Bruno Tattaglia the role of a businessman trying to recruit an able executive from a rival. At one such meeting, Luca pretended to be swayed, then said, "But one thing must be understood. I will never go against the Godfather. Don Corleone is a man I respect. I understand that he must put his sons before me in the family business." Bruno Tattaglia was one of the new generation with a barely hidden contempt for the old mustache Pete's like Luca Brasi, Don Corleone and even his own father. He was just a little too respectful. Now he said, "My father wouldn't expect you to do anything against the Corleones. Why should he? Everybody gets along with everybody else now. It is not like the old days. It's just that if you're looking for a new job, I can pass along the word to my father. There's always need for a man like you in our business. It's a hard business and it needs hard men to keep it running smooth. Let me know if you ever make up your mind." Luca shrugged. "It's not so bad where I'm at." And so they left it. The general idea had been to lead the Tattaglias to believe that he knew about the lucrative narcotics operation and that he reported to the Don that obviously Sollozzo was taking his defeat graciously. The Don had told him to keep trying but merely as a sideline, not to press it. Luca had dropped into the nightclub the evening before Don Corleone's being shot. Almost immediately Bruno Tattaglia had come to his table and sat down. "I have a friend who wants to talk to you," he said. "Bring him over," Luca said. "I'll talk to any friend of yours." "No," Bruno said. "He wants to see you in private." "Who is he?" Luca asked. "Just a friend of mine," Bruno Tattaglia said. "He wants to put a proposition to you. Can you meet him later on tonight?" "Sure," Luca said. "What time and where?" Tattaglia said softly. "The club closes at 4 in the morning. Why don't you meet in here while the waiters are cleaning up?" They knew his habits, Luca thought. They must have been checking him out. He usually got up about 3 or 4 in the afternoon and had breakfast, then amused himself by gambling with cronies in the family or had a girl. Sometimes he saw one of the midnight movies and then would drop in for a drink at one of the clubs. He never went to bed before dawn. So the suggestion of a 4 a.m. meeting was not as outlandish as it seemed. Sure, he said. "I'll be back at 4. He left the club and caught a cab to his furnished room on 10th Avenue. He boarded with an Italian family to which he was distantly related. His 2 rooms were separated from the rest of their railroad flat by a special door. He liked the arrangement because it gave him some family life and also protection against surprise where he was most vulnerable. The sly Turkish fox was going to show his bushy tail, Luca thought. If things went far enough, if Sollozzo committed himself tonight, maybe the whole thing could be wound up as a Christmas present for the Don. In his room, Luca unlocked the trunk beneath the bed and took out a bulletproof vest. It was heavy. He undressed and put it on over his woolen underwear, then put his shirt and jacket over it. He thought for a moment of calling the Don's house at Long Beach to tell him of this new development, but he knew the Don never talked over the phone to anyone of $10,000, but it would keep him out of jail if he was frisked by the cops. As a top executive operating official of the family, he rated the license. But tonight, just in case he could finish off the job, he wanted a safe gun. One that could not possibly be traced. But then, thinking the matter over, he decided that he would just listen to the proposition tonight and report back to the Godfather, Don Corleone. He made his way back to the club, but he did not drink any more. Instead, he wandered out to 48th Street, where he had a leisurely late supper at Patsy's, his favorite Italian restaurant. When it was time for his appointment, he drifted uptown to the club entrance. The doorman was no longer there when he went in. The hat-check girl was gone. Only Bruno Tattaglia waited to greet him and led him to the deserted bar at the side of the room. Before him he could see the desert of small tables with the polished yellow wood dance floor gleaming like a small diamond in the middle of them. In the shadows was the empty bandstand. Out of it grew the skeleton metal stock of a microphone. Luca sat at the bar and Bruno Tattaglia went behind it. Luca refused the drink offered to him and lit a cigarette. It was possible that this would turn out to be something else, not the Turk. But then he saw Sollozzo emerge out of the shadows at the far end of the room. Sollozzo shook his hand and sat at the bar next to him. Tattaglia put a glass in front of the Turk, who nodded his thanks. "Do you know who I am?" asked Sollozzo. Luca nodded. He smiled grimly. The rats were being flushed out of their holes. It would be his pleasure to take care of this renegade Sicilian. "Do you know what I am going to ask of you?" Sollozzo asked. Luca shook his head. "There's big business to be made," Sollozzo said. "I mean millions for everybody at the top level. On the first shipment, I can guarantee you $50,000. I'm talking about drugs. It's the coming thing." Luca said. "Why come to me? You want me to talk to my Don?" Sollozzo grimaced. "I've already talked to the Don. He wants no part of it." "All right, I can do without him. But I need somebody strong to protect the operation physically. I understand you're not happy with your family, you might make a switch." Luca shrugged. "If the offer is good enough." Sollozzo had been said. He put out his hand, but Luca pretended not to see it and busied himself putting a cigarette in his mouth. Behind the bar, Bruno Tattaglia made a lighter appear magically and held it to Luca's cigarette. And then he did a strange thing. He dropped the lighter on the bar and grabbed Luca's right hand, holding it tight. Luca reacted instantly, his body slipping off the bar stool and trying to twist away. But Sollozzo had grabbed his other hand at the wrist. Still, Luca was too strong for both of them and would have broken free except that a man stepped out of the shadows behind him and threw a thin silken cord around his neck. The cord pulled tight, choking off Luca's breath. His face became purple, the strength in his arms drained away. Tattaglia and Sollozzo held his hands easily now, and they stood there curiously childlike as the man behind Luca pulled the cord around Luca's neck tighter and tighter. Suddenly the floor was wet and slippery. Luca's sphincter, no longer under control, opened, the waste of his body spilled out. There was no strength in him anymore and his legs folded, his body sagged. Sollozzo and Tattaglia let his hands go and only the strangler stayed with the victim, sinking to his knees to follow Luca's falling body, drawing the cord so tight that it cut into the flesh of the neck and disappeared. Luca's eyes were bulging out of his head as if in the utmost surprise, and this surprise was the only humanity remaining to him. He was dead. "I don't want him found," Sollozzo said. "It's important that he not be found right now." He turned on his heel and left, disappearing back into the shadows. Chapter 8. The day after the shooting of Don Corleone was a busy time for the family. Michael stayed by the phone relaying messages to Sonny. Tom Hagen was busy trying to find a mediator satisfactory to both parties so that a conference could be arranged with Sollozzo. The Turk had suddenly become cagey. Perhaps he knew that the family button men of Clemenza and Tessio were ranging far and wide over the city in an attempt to pick up his trail. But Sollozzo was sticking close to his hideout, as were all top members of the Tattaglia family. This was expected by Sonny, an elementary precaution he knew the enemy was bound to take. Clemenza was tied up with Polly Gattu. Tessio had been given the assignment of trying to track down the whereabouts of Luca Brasi. Luca had not been home since the night before the shooting, a bad sign. But Sonny could not believe that Brasi had either turned traitor or had been taken by surprise. Mama Corleone was staying in the city with friends of the family so that she could be near the hospital. Carlo Rizzi, the son-in-law, had offered his services but had been told to take care of his own business that Don Corleone had set him up in, a lucrative bookmaking territory in the Italian section of Manhattan. Connie was staying with her mother in town so that she too could visit her father in the hospital. Freddie was still under sedation in his own room of his parents' house. Sonny and Michael had paid him a visit and had been astonished at his paleness, his obvious illness. "Christ," Sonny said to Michael when they left Freddie's room, "he looks like he got plugged worse than the old man." Michael shrugged. He had seen soldiers in the same condition on the battlefield. But he had never expected it to happen to Freddie. He remembered the middle brother as being physically the toughest one in the family when all of them were kids. But he had also been the most obedient son to his father. And yet everyone knew that the Don had given up on this middle son ever being important to the business. He wasn't quite smart enough, and failing that, not quite ruthless enough. He was too retiring a person, did not have enough force. Late in the afternoon, Michael got a call from Johnny Fontaine in Hollywood. Sonny took the phone. "Nah, Johnny, no use coming back here to see the old man. He's too sick and it would give you a lot of bad publicity, and I know the old man wouldn't like that. Wait until he's better and we can move him home." The phone. He turned to Michael and said, "That'll make Pop happy, that Johnny wanted to fly from California to see how he was." Late that afternoon, Michael was called to the listed phone in the kitchen by one of Clemenza's men. It was Kay. "Is your father all right?" she asked. Her voice was a little strained, a little unnatural. Michael knew that she couldn't quite believe what had happened, that his father really was what the newspapers called a gangster. "He'll be okay," Michael said. "Can I come with you when you visit him in the hospital?" Kay asked. Michael laughed. She had remembered him telling her how important it was to do such things if you wanted to get along with the old Italians. "This is a special case," he said. "If the newspaper guys get a hold of your name and background, you'll be on page 3 of the Daily News. Girl from old Yankee family mixed up with son of big mafia chief. How would your parents like that?" Kay said dryly. "My parents never read the Daily News." Again there was an awkward pause and then she said, "You're okay, aren't you, Mike? You're not in any danger." Mike laughed again. "I'm known as the sissy of the Corleone family. No threat. So they don't have to bother coming after me. No, it is all over, Kay, there won't be any more trouble. It was all sort of an accident anyway. I'll explain when I see you." "When will that be?" she asked. Michael pondered. "How about late tonight? We'll have a drink and supper in your hotel and then I'll go to the hospital and see my old man. I'm getting tired of hanging around here answering phones." "Okay. But don't tell anybody. I don't want newspaper photographers snapping pictures of us together." "No kidding, Kay, it is damned embarrassing, especially for your parents." "All right," Kay said. "I'll be waiting. Can I do any Christmas shopping for you? Or anything else?" "No," Michael said. "Just be ready." She gave a little excited laugh. "I'll be ready," she said. "Aren't I always?" "Yes, you are," he said. "That's why you're my best girl. I love you," she said. "Can you say it?" Michael looked at the four hoods sitting in the kitchen. "Tonight. Okay, she said. He hung up. Clemenza had finally come back from his day's work and was bustling around the kitchen cooking up a huge pot of tomato sauce. Michael nodded to him and went to the corner office where he found Hagen and Sonny waiting for him impatiently. "Is Clemenza out there?" Sonny asked. Michael grinned. "He's cooking up spaghetti for the troops, just like the army." Sonny said impatiently, "Tell him to cut out that crap and come on in here. I have more important things for him to do. Get Tessio in here with him." In a few minutes they were all gathered in the office. Sonny said curtly to Clemenza, "You take care of him." Clemenza nodded. "You won't see him anymore." With a slight electric shock, Michael realized they were talking about Polly Gatto and that little Polly was dead, murdered by that jolly wedding dancer, Clemenza. Sonny asked Hagen, "You have any luck with Sollozzo?" Hagen shook his head. "He seems to have cooled off on the negotiation idea. Anyway, he doesn't seem to be too anxious. Or maybe he's just being very careful so that our button men won't nail him. Anyway, I haven't been able to set up a top-notch go-between he'll trust. But he must know he has to negotiate now. He missed his chance when he let the old man get away from him." Sonny said, "He's a smart guy, the smartest our family ever came up against. Maybe he figured we're just stalling until the old man gets better or we can get a line on him." Hagen shrugged. "Sure, he figures that. But he still has to negotiate. He has no choice. I'll get it set up tomorrow. That's certain." One of Clemenza's men knocked on the office door and then came in. He said to Clemenza, "It just came over the radio, the cops found Polly Gatto. Dead in his car. Clemenza nodded and said to the man, "Don't worry about it." The button man gave his caporegime an astonished look, which was followed by a look of comprehension, before he went back to the kitchen. The conference went on as if there had been no interruption. Sonny asked Hagen, "Any change in the Don's condition?" Hagen shook his head. "He's okay, but he won't be able to talk for another couple of days. He's all knocked out. Still recovering from the operation. Your mother spends most of the day with him, Connie too. There's cops all over the hospital and Tessio's men hang around too, just in case. In a couple of days he'll be all right and then we can see what he wants us to do. Meanwhile we have to keep Sollozzo from doing anything rash. That's why I want to start you talking deals with him." Sonny grunted. "Until he does, I've got Clemenza and Tessio looking for him. Maybe we'll get lucky and solve the whole business." "You won't get lucky," Hagen said. "Sollozzo is too smart." Hagen paused. "He knows once he comes to the table he'll have to go our way mostly. That's why he's stalling. I'm guessing he's trying to line up support from the other New York families so that we won't go after him when the old man gives us the word." Sonny frowned. "Why the hell should they do that?" Hagen said patiently, "To avert a big war which hurts everybody and brings the papers and government into the act. Also, Sollozzo will give them a piece of the action. And you know how much dough there is in drugs. The Corleone family doesn't need it. We have the gambling, which is the best business to have. But the other families are hungry. Sollozzo is a proven man. They know he can make the operation go on a big scale. Alive he's money in their pockets, dead he's trouble." Sonny's face was as Michael had never seen it. The heavy cupid mouth and bronzed skin seemed gray. "I don't give a fuck what they want. They better not mess in this fight." Clemenza and Tessio shifted uneasily in their chairs, infantry leaders who hear their general rave about storming an impregnable hill no matter what the cost. Hagen said a little impatiently, "Come on, Sonny, your father wouldn't like you thinking that way. You know what he always says, that's a waste. Sure, we're not going to let anybody stop us if the old man says we go after Sollozzo. But this is not a personal thing, this is business. If we go after the Turk and the families interfere, we'll negotiate the issue. If the families see that we're determined to have Sollozzo, they'll let us. The Don will make concessions in other areas to square things. But don't go blood crazy on a thing like this. It's business. Even the shooting of your father was business, not personal." Sonny turned to Tessio. "Any leads on Luca?" Tessio shook his head. "None at all. Sollozzo must have snatched him." Hagen said quietly, "Sollozzo wasn't worried about Luca, which struck me as funny. He's too smart not to worry about a guy like Luca. I think he maybe got him out of the picture, one way or the other." Sonny muttered, "Christ, I hope Luca isn't fighting against us. That's the one thing I'd be afraid of." "Clemenza, Tessio, how do you two guys figure it?" Clemenza said slowly, "Anybody could go wrong, look at Polly. But with Luca, he was a man who could only go one way. The Godfather was the only thing he believed in, the only man he feared. But not only that, Sonny, he respected your father as no one else respected him, and the Godfather has earned respect from everyone. No, Luca would never betray us. And I find it hard to believe that a man like Sollozzo, no matter how cunning, could surprise Luca. He was a man who suspected everyone and everything. He was always ready for the worst. I think maybe he just went off someplace for a few days. We'll be hearing from him anytime now." Sonny turned to Tessio. The Brooklyn Caporegime shrugged. "Any man can turn traitor. Luca was very touchy. Maybe the Don offended him some way. That could be. I think though that Sollozzo gave him a little surprise. That fits in with what the consigliere says. We should expect the worst." Sonny said to all of them, "Sollozzo should get the word soon about Polygattu. How will that affect him?" Clemenza said grimly, "It will make him think. He will know the Corleone family are not fools. He will realize that he was very lucky yesterday." Sonny said sharply, "That wasn't luck. Salazzo was planning that for weeks. They must have tailed the old man to his office every day and watched his routine. Then they bought Polly off and maybe Luca. They snatched Tom right on the button. They did everything they wanted to do. They were unlucky, not lucky. Those button men they hired weren't good enough and the old man moved too quick. If they had killed him, I would have had to make a deal and Salazzo would have won. For now, I would have waited maybe and got him 5-10 years from now. In amazement, he didn't eat and neither did Tom, but Sonny, Clemenza and Tessio dug in, mopping up sauce with crusts of bread. It was almost comical. They continued their discussion. Tessio didn't think that the loss of Polly Gatto would upset Salazzo. In fact, he thought that the Turk might have anticipated it, indeed might have welcomed it. A useless mouth off the payroll. And he would not be frightened by it. After all, would they be in such a situation? Michael spoke up diffidently. I know I'm an amateur in this, but from everything you guys have said about Salazzo, plus the fact that all of a sudden he's out of touch with Tom, I'd guess he has an ace up his sleeve. He might be ready to pull off something real tricky that would put him back on top. If we could figure out what that would be, we'd be in the driver's seat. Sonny said reluctantly, yeah, I thought of that and the only thing I can figure is Luca. The word is already out that he's to be brought here before he's allowed any of his old rights in the family. The only other thing I can think of is that Salazzo has made his deal with the families in New York and we'll get the word tomorrow that they will be against us in a war. That we'll have to give the Turk his deal. Right, Tom. Hagen nodded. That's what it looks like to me. And we can't move against that kind of opposition without your father. He's the only one who can stand against the families. He has the political connections they always need and he can use them for trading. If he wants to badly enough. Clemenza said, a little arrogantly for a man whose top button man had recently betrayed him, Salazzo will never get near this house, boss, you don't have to worry about that. Sonny looked at him thoughtfully for a moment. Then he said to Tessio, how about the hospital, your men got it covered. For the first time during the conference Tessio seemed to be absolutely sure of his ground. Outside and inside, he said. Right around the clock. The cops have it covered pretty good too. Detectives at the bedroom door waiting to question the old man. That's a laugh. The Don is still getting that stuff in the tubes. No food, so we don't have to work hostage to make a deal. Michael thought ruefully, there goes my date with Kay. Sonny wouldn't let him out of the house. But Hagen said impatiently, no, he could have snatched Mike anytime if he wanted insurance. But everybody knows that Mike is not in the family business. He's a civilian and if Salazzo snatches him, then he loses all the other New York families. Even the Tattaglias would have to help hunt him down. No, it is simple enough. Tomorrow we'll get a representative from all the families who'll tell us we have to do business with the Turk. That's what he's waiting for. That's his ace in the hole. Michael heaved a sigh of relief. Good, he said. I have to go into town tonight. Why? Sonny asked sharply. Michael grinned. I figure I'll drop into the hospital and visit the old man, see Mom and Connie. And I got some other things to do. Like the Don, Michael never told his real business and now he didn't want to tell Sonny he was seeing Kay Adams. There was no reason not to tell him, it was just habit. There was a loud murmur of voices in the kitchen. Clemenza went out to see what was happening. When he came back he was holding Luca Brassi's bulletproof vest in his hands. Wrapped in the vest was a huge dead fish. Clemenza said dryly, the Turk has heard about his spy Polly Gatto. Tessio said just as dryly, and now we know about Luca Brassi. Sonny lit a cigar and took a shot of whiskey. Michael, bewildered, said, what the hell?